all out of bounds. If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it anyway. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anyway. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall.
The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking, hate me if you can survive if I let you. I'm figuring and thinking that nothing's gonna stop the Macho Man Randy Savage now. I'm the man. I'm the icon. And yes, you can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leads to the best in your head like overnight. For the punks and the perverts, niggas that'll work with Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Inchman and Barbie, they got the cheap heat, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, in your head is the band from Australia to Japan.
Shake down the road, don't get back to back strokes up the Mississippi. We are bigger, we are faster, and we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
And we're live here once again at the In Your Head Wrestling. I almost called this Without Your Head. Here at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I'm the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones, along with my left-hand man here at the forbidden door of the Headyverse.
Boingy, 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 boingy. I am the flea.
Booyah! Ha! And we are here.
How you doing today?
I am
Jackie
good. How are you doing?
Jones? I am
I'm
wonderful.
good. Yeah, sorry for a little late. But hey, who cares? We're here now.
It's all good.
Exactly. It's having some everyone was having some technical. This should be streaming on Jackie Jones' page, but I don't think it is. But whatever.
It's streaming somewhere. Find us wherever we are.
Exactly. We're lots of places here. I think it might actually be on the Without Your Head page for some reason.
Okay. We'll be over there too.
Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, we are here and we are going to be talking the wrestling.
We got some wrestling to talk about. We had a shitload of wrestling over the weekend.
Yes. Another back-to-back duty week for Troy. Well, actually, Troy will not be here tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
He will not be on Without Your Head tomorrow. But it should be me and Annabelle on Without Your Head tomorrow. So if you're a horror fan and you just can't get enough of Jackie Jones, you can't get enough of the Flea, and maybe you've not heard Annabelle lecture before, tune in on Thursdays to Without Your Head. It's a good time. Yeah.
Now I have a retirement thing from the school tomorrow, so I probably won't be back in time for Without Your Head.
The Brothers of Destructions. I say the Brothers of Beheading.
Yes.
So before we start, hit the like button. Boom! Hit that like button. Pound the like button. Hit that little icon, not the internet icon. Hit that bell icon. You'll get notifications every time we're live. Subscribe to the channel. And if you want to help out the show, join the Headyverse. It starts at only $3 a month. It'll help cover all the costs. Or you can Venmo up here, Headyverse. Anyone who Venmos tonight, as a special thank you, you will receive a sticker.
Whoa, I like that sticker.
It will not be this one, but it will be a random one that I will.
I want that particular sticker.
It is a pretty cool one.
It is.
All righty. So this Sunday, it was Sunday this time. They kind of it used to be the AEW pay-per-view Saturday. WWE is always Sunday. Then they started doing Saturdays, and now AEW's on Sunday. But this Sunday, it was a Double or Nothing.
Was that their original one? Was that their first?
Well, I think the first one was All In, right?
Oh, okay. All right. And maybe this was the first one when they actually became
AEW,
their own company. Yeah.
This was the fifth one, the 5th anniversary.
Sweet.
Crazy, 5 years.
It is, and it's 5 years that have gone by quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's been around 5 years.
And like we've said before, well, at least I can only speak for myself, but AEW kind of
reinvigorated my fandom of wrestling.
Yeah,
I was pretty much out of wrestling at that time. You were watching the New Japan, so some of the guys you were already familiar with.
Yep. Yeah, it was a little bit. I think Ring of Honor was just on its way out, so it was between that and New Japan, and that was about all I watched. And then I was like, well, wait a second, I know all these cats from both Ring of Honor and New Japan, so
yeah,
I'll give them a shot.
So yeah, 5 years. People predicted its demise since the beginning, and then and now 5 years later, they're still predicting and wishing it.
Yep.
Well, not most people, but a lot of people. It's very strange. I'm not always a guy who's going to quote Dave Meltzer, but he was talking about the 5-year anniversary, and he said he predicted be people against it, but he didn't predict that it would become like almost its own industry, like all these podcasts and fans who like just want the demise of the company. And it is weird, and it is true though. I think it's like it's its own like subculture of people who just want it to die. Like that's how I talk on the podcast, and it's awful on a lot of the social media pages. If you just like, hey, that's a good show, you get just attacked, and I get just not liking it, but I don't know why. Like people get so so triggered that other people might enjoy something.
Oh yeah, and it's one of those weird things. Like for years, you might like Coke, you might like Pepsi, you might like
but
Marvel
you don't go attack
comics.
someone, right?
You might like DC comics, but it's not like, well, I like Marvel so much, I hope DC, disappears and
and all the artists lose their job.
Yeah. Like, no, that's never crossed my mind once. Like, you like Superman, that's cool. I'm more of a Spider-Man guy.
And if I really hated something so bad, I definitely wouldn't be following it or like, all over their social medias, all websites all day. It's very weird. I wouldn't watch their pay-per-view. So either pay $50 to watch something you hate, or or pirate something you hate. Either way, it seems very bizarre.
Yeah, or be one of those weirdos that like go to the shows and like, I just spent $500 on a front row seat, and I'm here to mock the the show. Like,
right?
Okay, you're really showing them, man.
Right. So, Double or Nothing. It was a very super long show. I know some people have a problem with these long shows. I do not. I like getting you're paying $50. I like to have a lot of stuff for my money. And for me, the AEW pay-per-views don't seem long because I'm into all the matches.
Yep. I'm trying to think if there has been one that like seemed long, and I really can't think of one.
No, honestly, the AEW pay-per-views, there's been like some matches I haven't liked stuff, but overall they always have delivered.
Yeah, and you always get your money's worth. And for me, like, if you're getting it on what, Triller, or used to be Fight.
Right.
Like, and you have the pay-per-view, okay, if you have to get up Monday morning, you can always watch it until you're too tired, and then watch the rest of it the next day.
Yeah, even on the pay-per-view, I used to be able to record it, but they don't allow that anymore. But I didn't know for a while, but it actually saves it for like 2 or 3 weeks.
It does. That's pretty awesome, man. Yeah.
Because unfortunately, I got last year I was away. I was at a movie festival, and our mom bought All In and All Out, and I was away for both of them, and so I missed both of them. And but they didn't. They weren't there when I got home, so it was unfortunate.
Oh, that does kind of suck.
So anyway, oh yeah, I was away making Psych Wave 2, I believe. I was away
Oh, I
for a
think you're
couple weeks
right.
for that. All right. So the pre-show, we had Diana Perasso versus Thunder Rosa. I kind of feel like there was another match. Maybe
There
not.
was one after that one, I think. I
Okay, there
don't
was
think
just
there
the
was one
two. They have two
before.
listed here. So
Yeah, which I
I
really enjoyed. I thought it was a really good match.
yeah,
I
I
have changed on Thunder Rosa though. I used to really like her, and now I find myself rooting against her.
oh
I don't know
really?
why. I don't know why I've changed.
I think she's improved. And when she first came back, she wasn't too great. I don't think she was really rusty,
Yep.
but she's been better, I think. And I was rooting for her in this match. I'm not the. I heard a lot of about Diana Perasso, and she's not really won me over. I have to say.
Oh, okay. Because I thought this match she was really good in.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not really into her.
Yeah.
But the match was good. But I wanted
Yeah.
Thunder to win. But it was good.
And I like Thunder Rosa's Elvis costume.
Yeah, that was
So
great.
it was pretty cool, right down to the pompadour and stuff. I mean,
Uh,
I still enjoy watching her wrestle, but I don't know why. I used to like be a big fan of Thunder, and now I find myself, I don't know. I think maybe there's a shady side to her.
well, she has people have said that about her.
Yeah,
The Acclaimed, Max
that's right.
Caster, Anthony Bowens with a Daddy Ass versus the Cage of Agony, Brian Cage, Toa Leona, and Bishop Khan.
I don't know. Like there was a time, and it wasn't that long ago, that Brian Cage bored me to tears,
100%.
and now I don't know. Little face paint, just changing the people he's around, and now I love the guy.
Yeah, he really won me over. I think he started to win me over when they paired him with Big Bill, and I thought
Yep.
both guys took a lot of the criticism to heart. Cage was always in great shape, but Big
Oh yeah.
Bill got into amazing shape. They started to work like big guys, especially Cage. I think Cage used to be really in the mindset to wrestle like a luchador, and I don't think, not only was it looks weird because he's a giant guy, but
Mhm.
I don't think he's particularly great at that stuff.
Yeah.
And if you do a couple things like that, it's cooler. But so he started wrestling as a big guy. He started letting his personality out more. And I really liked him, and I really like him now. And also, I thought he came across like a really good guy on the dark side of the ring with Canyon,
Agreed.
which made me
Yep.
like, oh, I kind of want to like this guy. Seems like a good guy. So
Yep.
I'm all in, and I think they should use that group more because the other two
I
guys
do
are
too.
awesome. The two big dudes. This whole
Yep.
group's good.
Yeah. The barefoot Samoan guy.
Yeah.
I think he's just awesome,
Mhm.
and I think the other guy, because he's only been wrestling a couple of years.
Yeah, and
I
he's
think
got a
he's got nowhere to
superstar
go
look.
but up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he looks like a big star. So, you could
And
really
I
do a
did
lot.
like Max Caster's mustache.
Yeah, and
I
I'm a
hadn't
huge
seen the
fan.
stash before. It was
I'm
a
a big
great
fan.
little, doing his rap on the way in. I thought it was a good one, and
Yeah, it was very funny. He talked about Cage having a little weenie. Then there was a little weenie chant later on in the
that
show
was pretty
in the
cool.
match. I'm a big fan of. I really like all this group. I don't have a problem with Cage of Agony losing here, but I think they should get behind them and use them more and give them some wins.
I agree.
Because they
I
don't have a
agree.
ton of really big guys either. They could be like the big dominant group of the trios or whatever.
Yeah, or have like, if somebody, one of the heels needs like, just a group of muscle to come in and just mess somebody up. This
Yeah.
would be the perfect team to do so.
Yeah. And I've never been a Billy Gunn fan until his AEW run because I really enjoy him now. He looks like he's having a
I
great
love them.
and he's fun. And I
It's like
always
that
root for the
Sting
older
thing,
guys. Yeah.
it's like yeah, that's true too. I find myself like the guys that they did bring in, like Double J. Whenever I see him, I just smile now. There's
Yeah,
just
I do
something about
too. And that's
Double
another
J I
guy.
like. Yeah,
I can't say I was never like I was never a huge fan.
you're
I
right.
can't. I
Right.
didn't like actively dislike. I really didn't like to watch Billy Gunn,
Yeah,
but I really enjoy Jeff Jarrett. Actually, I was sad when they didn't have the group on too much anymore, but they're
yeah.
starting to pop up a little more again.
Yep.
Total nonstop arseholes, they call themselves.
Oh, that's great.
So yeah, I'm a big fan. So that was fun. We had the show open though, the actual pay-per-view open with Will Ospreay versus Roderick Strong. And this match was fucking awesome. And I
This
was
was
like,
crazy.
how are they gonna, follow this for the rest of the show?
That's exactly what I told Mrs. Flea. It was like, who wants to follow that match? Because it was crazy.
Will
Roddy
Ospreay.
Strong, who's just like he has grown so much, and I don't know if anybody does better backbreakers than this
Oh
guy.
yeah, it's great.
Looks like he kills people with those moves.
He's always been a good wrestler, but always
Mm.
used to be completely bland. And then he started to let his personality out with the Adam, which I do miss him yelling at him. But
And also
yeah, great.
grew the mustache too.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. And Will Ospreay's just
Oh,
a total superstar. Their best pickup in years, I would say.
yep,
He's
yep,
got it
maybe ever.
all. He's not. I know some people who say this. I honestly think they've just never seen him. Will
Mm,
say he's just a guy who does dives, and he has no personality and can't talk.
yep,
I'm like, he's a great talker. He comes out,
does
gets the
everything.
superstar, reaction. He just has
Yep.
the it factor. He's and he's an amazing wrestler too. So
Oh yeah.
because there are
The
guys
crowd
like
just loves the
Ricochet.
guy. As soon as he comes out, like and he interacts with the crowd like few people. Not everybody can just go out like, the crowd starts chanting. MJF can do it. A few other people can, but not everybody can. The Rock
No,
can, and like just whichever way the crowd's going, he just runs right with them, and like everybody's cheering for the guy as soon as he's in there.
because a lot of talk about Ricochet maybe not re-signing with WWE and ending up in AEW, and he's a great wrestler, but he to
Mhm.
me is more of the guy that is a great wrestler but doesn't have a ton of personality.
Yeah, and I think Ricochet's really good, but I think he's one of the guys that's more limited to the high flying
I
style.
agree. He is like he is the spot monkey kind of guy.
Yeah,
I mean, he's
yep,
great matches.
exactly.
Don't get
Yep,
me wrong. I like those kind of matches. I don't care,
me
but
too.
he doesn't. He's not a great promo guy. Doesn't have over the top charisma.
Yep,
And I mean, he's great,
yep,
but he is the much more limited guy. He's more the
yeah.
guy I think people would think when they have stuff against Will Ospreay, but it's where they are. It's the people who dislike AEW will say this other guy's bad and this other guy's great just because the tribalism of
Yeah, but the second that like
if he goes AEW, then
yeah,
he'll be trash and
everybody will hate him
right,
then.
right. And if Will Ospreay would eventually go to WWE, he'll be amazing and
Yeah.
the
Like he
WWE
was
will
wasted in the AEW,
yeah
man. This
or
guy, yeah.
WWE retrained him or something.
Yep, yep.
So anyways, great match.
Oh,
And I
fabulous.
was
Yep.
like, how are they gonna ever top this? And then they
Oh,
I don't
and
know if they
Osprey
topped
wins the
it, but
belt, which was way
yeah,
cool.
Will Ospreay won the belt. And then I was really surprised by tonight. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but
Mm,
I kind of I'm gonna predict something which I think is probably a good thing, even though I'm not opposed to the international title, but they do have a lot of titles, so I
mhm.
could see them unifying that with the AEW world title.
Absolutely, kinda like how I thought they were gonna do when Eddie had all the belts,
Yeah.
and it looked like they were always gonna be combined into, like, this one, trophy thing,
Yeah.
which it
Yeah.
didn't turn out.
No, and there are just too many belts in AEW. There's too
Yep.
many belts in all of wrestling. I mean,
Mm,
but there's just too. I was glad they combined the trios belts. There's new reason to have multiple trios champs.
I agree with that. I think the only time that, like, I was disappointed in the combination of a belt was in New Japan when they took the world belt and their intercontinental belt and combined them. And really, because you always think of that's the number one and number two
Yeah,
belt.
right.
Why would you combine those two? Like,
Yeah.
I think it would make more sense not to do that.
The Bang Bang Gang. Oh, but well, after that though, we had the return of one of my favorites, probably a
Well,
lot of
first
people's
Adam
favorite.
Cole came out,
Oh yeah,
and
so we had
so
Adam.
it's story time with Adam Cole, baby.
No, well, he's another one of my favorites too. So
Yep.
I'm a big Adam Cole fan. He looked great, great
Oh yeah,
shape. He shaved the beard off. The beard did make him look like an old man, I think.
it did. It did kind of. Yeah.
I'm a big Adam Cole fan. I hope he's healthy. And so he's out there. And then big surprise because I had heard, Meltzer's reporting he wasn't ready yet. That's the thing, people, because I see people posting all this stuff that Meltzer said, blah, blah, blah. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, about like the negotiations and stuff.
Hmm.
But just remember, he also said that WWE had absolutely no interest in CM Punk.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was obviously didn't happen.
Yep.
He also said, that MJF wasn't ready, and but anyway, MJF was out on the show. So
Yeah, not all his sources are going to be infallible,
right,
So, like, even if he's right most of the time,
yeah,
there's
which
always
I
going
don't
to
even
be
think he
those
is
times.
anymore. But yeah,
It probably isn't anymore.
so huge reaction, and he talk about amazing shape. MJF's just in killer shape.
Oh my God. The last time I saw him, Neil, he was in the best shape I've ever seen him. And
Yeah,
now he's even in better shape.
yeah, and I saw some people. I heard this like a month or two ago. People were saying that like part of the why he was away, it wasn't the reason he was away, but he was away for the injury. But while he was away, he was getting hair plugs, and they were like making fun of that. And I'm thinking,
Oh, really?
okay, what? Why is that? He's a young guy. He's
Yeah.
in a movie. He's on TV all the time. His hair was thin, and why would if he was doing that? Why is that a
Yep.
bad thing? And I actually did think it looked like he probably did do because his hair looked thicker. But again,
Oh, you
why?
see, I
I don't
never
see why
knew.
it's a bad thing.
Yep, exactly. Like, it's his money. He can do whatever he wants to with it. He can
Yeah,
get a stupid tattoo on his face or something,
right. Well, he got a
or he could,
tattoo on the leg, which I
yeah,
liked. I'm a
I did
big
too.
fan of, and they've got to. I do think it was a detriment to that company. Which I even said on the show when they were
You
a
said it
couple years.
several times.
Yeah, I used to say a lot a couple years ago when they were teasing MJF when his contract's up. He was acting like WWE was the cooler place, and I do think
Yep.
that led to some people feeling that it is cooler
Yep.
because that is part of the problem now. And I always thought that was a bad thing because you don't want people to think the other company's cooler. I mean, that's
Mhm.
especially coming from one of the guys that's homegrown and that the fans love, even
Oh,
if he was
yeah.
a heel.
Yep. When he's one of your four pillars that, then yeah. And it's fine, like, if he's the complete, like, asshole heel that nobody likes, but when he's the cool heel,
Yeah, it's not a
it's
good
like
watch.
not
Yeah,
not
it
yeah,
was not good.
exactly.
It was not good. There's like ECW. Everyone wanted everyone felt like everyone in that company wanted to be there because
Mhm.
it was the cooler place to be. So you
Oh, yeah.
wouldn't want Shane Douglas or Taz or any of the even the guys that did leave or whatever. You wouldn't want them to come out and say like, "Well, I really would rather be on Raw
Hey,
or something."
yeah. Yeah, when my contract's up in this dump, I'm out of here. I'm going to the big leagues,
Yeah, because then
like,
it got
yeah.
the reaction. It would be like you
Yep.
sold out when you would leave.
Yeah, right, right. But that was a
Or
different time and a different
yeah,
company.
and they were the much smaller, but even like WCW and Nitro and Raw, you wouldn't want. They would even kind of tease it sometimes, but you wouldn't want like DX to be like, we really want to be in the
Oh,
NWO.
yeah. Yep.
Like it would be like, wow, so the other show's better. Like,
Yeah, we're getting out of here. Screw this place.
so that was awesome. MJF resigned apparently for a long time. He has the AEW for life, or not for life. He has AEW tattoo. It says "Always bet on yourself," and I
Mhm.
like that. I'm a big fan. The fans love the
Promo was so
guy.
great too, like,
Great
everybody
promo.
yeah.
He's saying no more silly MJF, but they're keeping him a babyface, which I think is smart.
Yep.
Yes, he's a great heel, but if the fans are just so behind him, why fight the fans to
Yep.
try to get him to boo him?
Oh, yeah, you just, make him a real edgy face.
Yeah,
Not every face has to be a goody goody. So, like,
yeah. If
you
the
gotta keep
internet
him kinda that, like, Steve Austin kinda
right.
face, like
If the internet was bigger, because it was around, but if it would have been
right.
bigger at the rise of Austin, I would have heard that all the time. Oh, don't turn him babyface. It's
Yep,
gonna ruin him. And it would have been idiotic because he became the biggest he turned WWE around.
yep, yep.
But I also think a lot of people misunderstand the Austin run and always say like there's no heels and baby faces or he's a tweet. But that's not true. He was clearly the hero of the show. He was the
Mhm.
protagonist of the show. you was the guy you rooted for. Now he
absolutely.
wasn't the goody like you say. He wasn't a Rock and Roll Express, Ricky
Yeah.
Steamboat babyface.
Yeah.
What could make a babyface changes, but we also see that not just in wrestling. We've seen that in pop culture, Sopranos, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. All the people, the heroes of all those shows are not good people.
Yep.
They're the anti-heroes, but they're still clearly the hero of their program.
Oh yeah.
The guys you're meant to root for.
Dexter,
You were rooting for Tony Soprano in The Sopranos. It wasn't, you weren't rooting for Saul's brother.
No, exactly.
Even though he was probably right, but you know. The Bang Bang. So this idea, when a heel is really over, go with him as a babyface, but don't change what makes the fans like him. Yep. That's what they did with Austin, what they did with The Rock.
You always lose when you fight with the fans. It was like Cody's last run in AEW when like all the fans were against him and he refused to go heel. It's like, no, dude, you're not going to win him over. It's like, just can't happen. You just got to go with what's a natural vibe. Swerve when he went on his babyface run now, and he's still a prick. It's just, not a sweet heel, I mean, it's not a sweet baby face, but
I think when he first turned babyface, they were kind of doing that a little bit, but now I think they realized that's not what the fans want, and he's back to being the same Swerve.
But when you think about it with him, it makes sense too, because even when he was tagging with
the
big guy there, when he threw him over the rope during that battle royal, and he's like, "Oh shit, man, sorry, things happen." It's like,
I don't know if
there's a dark side to Swerve.
Yeah, I don't know if a straight really goody guy could get over as a babyface today.
No, I don't.
I mean, Cena couldn't.
No.
I mean, obviously he was selling merchandise and stuff, but he was getting booed.
Yep. I think since Bret Hart might have been the last like real straight.
And even he had like
face.
He was it kind of turned him heel.
Yeah, that's true. By being that way. Yeah, it's like, dude, you're too much of a tight ass. Like, no, we're not gonna.
I always think that's why it's hard to do with Superman in modern day, because Superman at his heart is like the good guy, the all-American, and I don't know if that really appeals to people today. It will appeal to certain people, not to like the mass audience, I don't think. And so they always try to make him dark and brooding. And that doesn't work for Superman.
No, that's not him.
Yeah, that's why Batman works better for modern movies, I think.
Yep. Yeah, that's why if you would try to do that with like, Captain America, you can't really make him that edgy.
Yeah, those movies worked. Yeah. That was. But Iron Man was the one that started the MCU, and that was more of an anti-hero guy.
Oh yeah, yep. He's like the super rich like playboy guy, and he's like, yeah, that's right, I'm Iron Man. What you gonna do?
Lexar says he thinks Incher took the week off to listen to his song. I don't know if you heard last week. I have the Battle of the Bands going, and some bands sent in their music about Incher here. I'll just play one. These are just they're only like 20-second.
Okay, that's awesome. Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty rocking.
Yeah, I'm digging that.
All right. So Bang Bang Gang, Jay White and the Guns defended their trios titles versus Death Triangle, Pac, Penta El Zero Miedo, and Rey Fenix. This was a tremendous match. It did have an unfortunate place on the show following the Will Ospreay match and the Adam Cole MJF promo.
But yeah, great stuff though. I thought like everybody showed a lot of good stuff in that one. Like sometimes I forget how good Pac is when
Yeah, I
if
agree.
you haven't seen him for a
Yeah,
while.
I was kind of
And
rooting for him tonight.
Jay's my boy. He's my guy.
Yeah, I'm a big Jay White fan too. So this was good. I was kind of I actually thought maybe they would go with the Death Triangle since they're finally back together.
Yep, yep. But it was great to see somebody snuck out and gave Jay and the boys the win.
Yeah, the return of Juice.
Juice looked good. He looked happy. He
Yeah,
looked
I'm a
healthy.
big
It
Juice
was
fan.
yeah. So I geeked out for that. So I was happy.
Timeless Tony Storm, one of my favorites, defended her belt
The
versus
best.
Serena Deeb.
It was the best match I've ever seen Serena Deeb in.
Yeah, this was
I
really
just
good match.
really loved it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little weird the build for this match because Tony Storm, they were using as a heel, even though the fans wanted to cheer her. I think
Yep.
they realized that they made her a babyface, but then you were using her as a heel in the build up to this match, which was very strange because again, no one wanted to boo her. And Serena Deeb, she's a good wrestler, but she's might be the worst talker in wrestling. She
I
is.
think if they gave out the prize, like the Dean Malenko, like you're the best in the ring, but don't do promos kind of
Yeah, she looked
prize.
like it was the first time she's ever in front of a camera. She was lost. And I was like, oh my God. They
And
got
she
to
always has this weird, like, old lady vibe, but I don't think she's that old.
no, it's not. She has negative charisma, I think.
She does.
I don't want to be mean
But
and say like they should put under a mask or something, but she should definitely be like with a manager.
oh,
She
without a
would
doubt.
benefit of being in a heel stable with a manager that could talk to
Yep.
her.
Yeah, if you wanted to like give, I don't know, I'm sure there's some of their
Yeah,
managers.
forged in combat. She could be in
Nice.
she could be the female wrestler for the
That'd be
combat club.
perfect. Yep. Yep. I'd
She
be
would fit in that.
totally down with that. Yeah, no nonsense, she'd give a little bit of that Claudio vibe, like,
Yeah,
no fucking around, just
yeah.
boom.
Just don't put anyone else with fucking Stokely
No,
Hathaway. I don't
no.
know why someone in AEW loves this dude because he's been there for years,
Yep.
and for some reason he was all over Dynamite tonight. He was on more segments than anyone besides the commentary team, and for the
Yeah.
life of me I don't know why.
Nope. I think besides that goof that they had that
The
was
guy
with
that was with Ethan Page, that
yeah,
guy was the worst.
yeah, besides that guy, this guy's the worst.
I do not get it. But yeah, this was a good match. It's glad Timeless Tony Storm won.
And it was a good, like, not always do like different styles make for a good match, but this one really did.
Yeah, definitely.
And they told a good story, like,
Yeah, Storm is a really good wrestler, so she can do the comedy matches under that character, and it's fun. But in this match, she can also work more serious with just a couple of comedy spots, and it's still
yep,
good.
yep, I agree. And I love her, like, I've never seen anyone do like a pile driver where it's like
Yeah, it's like a
really
quick
quick.
one. Yeah,
Yeah, just you grab somebody and boom, it's almost like a DDT. It's so fast.
yeah, it is. Yeah, and she
And
did one
and
off
she's the
the
only
middle
one that
rope.
does it. I
Yeah,
think it's awesome.
I
It's
like it
great.
too. I was a big fan of the pile driver
Yep,
anyway. Um, so yeah, it was a really good match, and the crowd
yep.
was into it. Hot crowd all night, even for a
Oh,
6-hour show.
the crowd was crazy and it made me feel good, like
Oh yeah,
and I guess like they were like that the entire weekend because I I gotta say, like I had my mark out moment during the show and when I saw the Young Bucks kicks, I was like, I gotta get me a pair of them.
right. Yeah,
And
the
so
new
I did.
sneakers.
And I guess like they had I don't
Did you
know, it
get
was
the belt?
50,000. Those aren't out yet.
Oh, okay.
And I see the Young Bucks, they were like, you don't know you need this, but you need a belt, a wrestling championship belt that goes around your sneaker. And I said, you're right. I've always needed that, and I never
Yeah.
knew.
Yeah, they gave a couple of them out because they had them during the media scrum, and they gave a couple out to some of the people there, which was pretty sweet.
So when those come out, I think I have to get a couple.
They look great, honestly.
Yeah.
So, are you gonna deck them out in thumbtacks and kick me in the
I
face? Or
well, with the regular shoes or the with the belt,
no, either one, I guess.
because the belts are pretty cool because you can put them on any sneakers, I guess.
Oh, okay. Oh, you
They
can. Oh,
just
that's
you
cool.
lace them up onto, and
Oh,
the
yeah, because they
belt
said they
goes
go
around
through
the
the lace.
back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Uh,
So on the
they're
heel,
Reebok, right?
yep,
Jay's asking. They're
which
pumps.
is pretty cool because I guess the cats at Reebok, I don't know who runs Reebok, but they saw
Joey
that when
Reebok.
Joey Reebok, um, when the Bucks, they had a deal with this Italian sneaker company a few years ago, and like they ended up making 50,000, and they sold out in like a week or so.
Oh,
I wanted
really?
to get them too. They were really nice, but I couldn't find them anywhere. And so at that, Reebok then talked to the Young Bucks, and they're like, "Hey, would you want to do a sneaker with us?" And they're like, "That would be our dream come true." So I guess the Jackson brothers designed these with the sneaker company. So I thought that was pretty
Yeah,
neat,
that's great.
especially since they're both like huge
Yeah, they're big
sneaker
sneaker
heads.
fans. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They collect sneakers.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of those weird things. Instead of like like
Remember
I
we
don't
were
know.
at a new sneaker place at some mall, and it was like that. It was like sneakers for collectors where they
Yeah, they had them like bagged up and like
yeah, yeah. Well, you couldn't try them
they're like
on. It was like
comic collectors. Like holy shit, you better know your size and like
yeah.
in Air
I
Jordans
should
and
have
stuff.
yeah. I never really had Air Jordans because I was like, oh, I should have kept my Air Jordans, but I never had any. Um, let's see. Orange Cassidy defeated Trent Beretta. This is
Great
another really good
match.
match. I'm
Yeah,
a big fan of both guys. I think Trent really works as a heel.
he does, and I didn't know if he would or not. And like he just probably because he's not like a real warm and fuzzy guy. I don't think. At
Yeah.
least he doesn't seem it. Like
Yeah, I think his personality come up better as a heel so far.
yeah, because he's always kind of a stiff, like
Yeah, he
shoulder
never
shrug kind of
like
guy.
good wrestler. And he's like him, physically looks better than Chuck Taylor.
Yep.
But I always thought he was kind of a weird fit for the best friends. But I think he just more suited as actually like a straight up heel guy.
Yep. And it's kind of cool, like to see like his transformation where he's going. And I think Trent might actually have a really big solo run coming.
I think so too. And so I saw people complain. They're like, "Oh, they did all this stuff, and then Orange won." And I was like, "Well, maybe the story's not over yet." And then it wasn't because it
Yep.
continued to Dynamite. That's a thing with wrestling. It's a weekly show and with the pay per view, so it's not like it ever actually ends.
And like with those two guys where they used to be best friends, like you could get a grudge going, a feud with them for years if you wanted. And
Yeah,
so
and
far
Orange is
their
one of the
stuff's
most
been so
popular
good.
guys. And,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
so it's instant heat to beat him up.
Yep. And it's cool because then Orange got his old theme song back, which made me happy.
I'm a big fan of it.
Yep.
Where is my mind?
Yep.
Jericho defended the For the World title versus Shibata and Hook.
Now this one, maybe that one was the weakest match of the night,
Probably.
and it was still good.
Yeah, it was still a good match. Yeah.
Yeah. Like a lot of personality from everybody. Like
Yeah.
doing the stuff with Jericho, you get a lot more from Hook than you normally do. Like as far as just like body language and like
Yeah,
kind of emotional.
I'm always dumbfounded by the people who will say that Jericho like buries everyone because
Oh,
like he was a guy really elevated Orange Cassidy
yep.
above like the comedy guy. He had the big long feud with him, and then he lost in the
With
their
the
big
mimosa
yeah.
thing, right? Yeah,
And I think this has
that was
really helped
tremendous.
elevate Hook. So I don't really
Yeah.
understand that. Besides, like people just hate the man personally for some reason. But
Yeah, for some reason. And then Shibata, he got to put in like all his stiff
he's
kicks and everything.
yeah, and he's I liked a little bit of personality he's been showing the last couple weeks
Yep,
too.
yep, me too. Which is so nice because he's a guy like, you know, back when he was the wrestler, like he never really had much of personality at
Yeah.
all, you know, and like
So
it's nice to see some stuff with him.
it was about a month ago. It was sad to watch Jericho because I've always been a fan, but the crowd had turned on him so bad, and I was just like, you either got to go with it, which is what they did, or take him
Mhm.
out. I was saying just take him off TV for a while. And so I do think the progression of him with Hook and then turning on Hook, that I think that they sped that up a little bit, but I think they had to because
Oh
the
yeah.
crowd was just so against it. But once he really started getting into this learning tree character, I think he's really now really hitting it. I really
Oh,
think it was
and with
working.
Big Bill with him, I think
Yeah,
it's just the
I'm a big fan.
perfect guy.
And now a new addition tonight, which I think was a good fit because he's a guy. I'll just say, Brian Keith.
Yep.
I had kept saying on the show the bounty hunter gimmick, like, is he hunting bounties? Like, no.
Yeah.
So why is he the bounty hunter? It made no sense. And he's a good wrestler, but he's just like this guy who's on the show who had good
Mhm.
matches but lost. So to put him in with this, I think is a benefit, and it also makes sense, like storyline wise. It's like a guy who doesn't have a great win loss record, but has talent. He wants to be under the learning tree
Yep.
to progress his career. So I think that really works.
I agree. And
And
I
then
think
he's a
it's
guy who could take bumps for the group too, because Jericho is an older dude. Big
yep.
Bill's a giant, so you don't
Yeah,
really
you
want
don't
him
want
being
him.
the guy.
Yep. Yeah, because he could be kind of like, and whatever happened to Ricky Starks? Like, I haven't
I
seen
don't
Ricky in
know.
forever.
He's like tweeting out that he's fine, and they're just
Oh,
not using him so I don't know if there's something more there or what, but
yeah.
I hope it doesn't end up him leaving the company because I'm a big fan. But
I am too, and I thought he and Big Bill were great, but
yeah,
I
I did
think
too.
this guy and Bill might be real good together
Yeah, I
too.
think that'll work with Jericho. I like that. And then
Yeah.
you have the trios belt, so they could always go for the trios title too.
Hmm.
And I like the
I
name
think
they gave him.
Jericho's always better with multiple
Yeah,
people,
with the groups, yeah.
Yeah.
And I like the name they gave him. They like a really corny he called him like the bad apple,
Oh yeah,
whatever.
yep,
He says
yep.
like apple don't fall far from the tree, and he's like no, or bad apple, whatever it
He's
was.
the
He put him bad
bad
apple.
apple, yeah.
If he's the bad apple, Brian Keith, I actually think it works. I like it.
Yep. I like it better than the bounty hunter
Yeah,
because
that bounty. I sound the
maybe if
show is
it's
like
1982 or
yeah,
something,
it's like
then
it's
Von
world
Erichs,
class. Right,
like,
exactly. That's what it made me think of. And it's like
yep.
they actually used bounty hunters in. Like we got to call in the bounty to take out Kevin Von Erich or something.
That's
But
right.
like it's not
Bring
in
in
the
little old
show.
Tim Brooks now, and
Yeah, no one's
like,
high.
look out, man.
And he was a good guy. He was a baby face. Like
Yeah.
why would they baby face bounty hunter?
Yep, that didn't make any sense at all.
Moxley versus Takeshita
Oh.
for it was weird. This was the only strange, a great match, but the only thing that was
Mhm.
weird to me was Moxley won. So why was it an eliminator match? Why wasn't it just a title match since he won anyway?
It so should have been because that's why the whole time, and that was one of the matches that I fell for
Yeah, I really thought
false finishes all the
I thought
time.
Takeshita was obviously going to win since
Yeah.
it would mean he would get a title shot.
Yep. So yeah, that you're right. Like it was really a beautiful physical match. Like
Yeah.
both guys really brought it. But you're right, the finish didn't make as much sense, especially when you have Moxley selling the injury.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been the perfect time to have Takeshita win.
Yeah, and then you build up to the title match. Yeah,
Yeah.
Forbidden Door or whatever, and then Moxley keeps it,
Yep. Unless they're planning, maybe he'll come out like I don't know who Moxley's taking on at Forbidden Door. Maybe Takeshita will be part of it.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah,
You
I hope
know?
it's not the I know it's not like they fired the guy, but
Mm.
I hope it's not the end of Takeshita's push. It's just weird to have an eliminator match on pay-per-view.
Yeah, that one was strange leading up to it because I figured that would be on like the Saturday show,
Right.
and then it's
Yeah, I
like,
don't think
now
having
he's
a
got the
non-title match
title
on
shot.
pay-per-view makes sense.
No, I don't either.
But as a match itself was very good.
Yeah, that was probably the only reason why, like, it wasn't one of the highlights of the night for me.
Yeah.
Because for me, there were 4 matches that I thought could have been match of the night, and, like, I at any given moment, I would go with any one of the 4,
Yeah.
and that would have been right up there with them if it wasn't for that, you know?
Mhm. Adam Copeland defending the TNT Championship versus Malachi Black in a barbed wire steel cage match. This was just crazy. This was
That was nuts. That was one of those Copeland's another guy. It's like, you wait till you're 50 something years old before you start like doing these crazy moves and stuff. Like,
yeah.
really? You think that's a great idea?
Yeah, when he did the big dive off the cage, and I would bet money that he's like Bryan Danielson. The big reason he wanted to come to AEW, he wants to have fun in his
Hmm,
last few matches and do stuff that he's not done and stuff he can't do in the other one, which is all great.
right.
But at the same time, maybe there's a reason. Maybe you shouldn't do that. And I
Yeah,
think after he dove off, he's like, "Why did I do this?" Because then he didn't land like as soon as he landed on his legs. I was like, "What is he doing?" Like,
that's what we
damn, like,
both said too. It's like if you're gonna do that, do like a big splash
yeah.
or an elbow.
I
Why
think he
would
was
you
going
land
for an
on your
elbow, but
feet?
then he just didn't know what to do after he dove off.
Oh,
And
and it just looked like he hyperextended the knee or
yeah, and
something
it
as
came out.
soon
He
as he
broke his
landed.
yeah, he broke his or fractured his leg or something.
Yeah, yeah, I
He's gonna
think
be
his
out for a
fib
long
or his
time.
fib,
But
yeah.
I don't know how the hell he kept doing the match.
No,
And then as soon as it ended, he just couldn't walk anymore. And I was like, I think he really is hurt, but
yeah.
how the hell do you even keep doing the match? I mean,
Yeah, because that was only,
kudos for
like,
him for
halfway
doing it,
through the
but
match, I think, when he did that
yeah, it's
stupid move.
insane.
It's like nobody does that. Like, Will Ospreay doesn't climb to the top of a cage and land on his feet for, like, an elbow smash or
Yeah.
something. Like, nobody does that, dude. Don't do that. But I thought this was great. Then seeing Gangrel
Yeah,
come
I
out was
love seeing
awesome.
Gangrel. That was really fun. And I know the story, when he did the Brood at WrestleMania, it was the last year, I think. He wanted Gangrel, and the WWE told him like no one would
Oh,
remember who
you're
he is.
kidding
And I'm
me.
like, so they would know the Brood, but they wouldn't know who like I get if you just say we can't do any of this, but
Yeah.
like oh yeah, you can come out to the Brood music and come out with the fire and the goblet, but not the guy who was the leader of the group. They won't remember him.
Oh, that's just stupid.
So I
Because
think
you
this
heard
was
how the crowd went nuts when he came out
yeah.
Sunday night.
Yeah, and he looked great because last time I saw him, I felt really bad. I thought he was like all crippled up, but I guess he was actually hurt. He really limped to the ring that last time I saw him,
Oh, yeah, yep.
but he
That's
was
when he
moving
looked
really
like he was
good.
much older and stuff, yeah. And when he, like, tore out of the ring and stuff, it
Yeah,
was just awesome.
yeah,
Yeah, we were so happy on that one. That was a great match too, I really liked it.
yeah, yeah. I did too. Um, it's weird because so often, like, I don't really care about Adam Copeland, but he's always like going all out, giving it his all and stuff. I'm like, the guy wins me over every match,
Yep.
and sometimes I'm not into Malachi Black, but then like, oh, he can be really great too when he
Oh,
wants
yeah.
to be.
Yep. Yeah, I think he's one of those guys. I don't know if he's just like a really creative guy and he gets like in his head a little bit, maybe. But
Yeah,
you can tell when he's motivated and when he's not,
definitely,
because
100%. Yeah,
nobody does better kicks when he's motivated than that guy.
yeah.
That guy looks like he's just kicking somebody's face off. He's
Mhm.
just crazy. I
Then we
like him
had
because he's not overly like, massive or anything, but
no, he's
he
a
just looks
big,
dangerous.
naturally big guy, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Then we had the TBS title, which was one of the main things that they promoted for the show, Mercedes Moné versus Willow Nightingale. And I think this was a really big match for both of them.
It was
Willow's
crazy.
biggest match ever. And I thought Mercedes really like, this is my time to prove, like, this is why they hired me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because she had so much to prove. Like, I don't think she's had a match since her big injury.
Hmm.
And like, this I gotta say, like, I went berserk for this match. I thought it was so great.
Yeah, I thought it was awesome too. I'm a big
It might
fan
have
of
been
it.
the best ladies match I've seen on AEW, or at least
Yeah,
one
there
of
was probably like that. There was a Britt Baker like some big bloody match or something. But
Oh,
it's
yeah.
up there. It was great.
Yep.
Willow's really. I always liked her. Like I said right away, as soon as I saw her, like she has this natural likability about her, and
Mhm.
they should get behind her, and they did, which was good. And
You
so it's
see
good
that
to see her.
smile, and you just can't, like, dislike this woman.
Yeah. Mercedes entrance. I like that. It to me, it's clear she's being a heel now,
Mhm.
but she's also trying to be a little fakey. So I think that's cool. But
Yeah, it is.
so we'll see where that goes. But I think it's clear she's a heel now. I don't understand the Stokely Hathaway stuff.
No,
I
I
would
don't get
rather if
that
it just
either.
forget that guy and just. I probably would have saved the Statlander turn just till Wednesday because. But either way,
Yeah.
that was good. I think she came off like a good heel on Dynamite tonight.
She did, I thought, better than in that one at the end, because, like,
Yeah, I don't think
that
that
one
was
was still a
needed.
little confusing,
Yeah, it was a
It
little
was kinda
wonky,
like,
like, they push Stokely, but why? Like, why do
yeah,
you have to try to swerve Willow when you're just gonna turn on her 2 minutes later or 30
yep.
seconds later? It didn't make any sense.
And lately, like, these last I don't know when it started, but, like, Willow, there's very few, like, monster women that work like monsters. Like, Awesome Kong was one that, like, would just
Yeah,
scoop chicks up and carry them around and
yeah.
squash
There
them.
was times I know some people don't like her Nia Jax. I remember when she used to throw
Mm.
some people around outside. I was a fan.
And Willow's got that. Like, she's not just a big chick, but she can, like, manhandle people
Yeah,
when she's with
and she
you
can
know?
move really well too.
And so
I
she
like
could
that.
be a legit, like, just monster woman, just, like, squashing people, which is
So
cool.
yeah, and I don't think we'll see the end of this. I assume Willow will probably go into a feud with Statlander, and then down the road back with Monet because I think Monet now will be feuding with this new woman we saw tonight
Oh, the
for Forbidden Door.
CMLL, yeah, she's
Yeah,
great.
so we'll
She's
get to that in
so
a
good.
minute, but I thought big improvement on Dynamite tonight is something that I've always talked about since the beginning of Dynamite is to show video packages of new people. And
Yep.
they did that for everyone tonight, which is a plus.
Yeah, yep. Like, it took them a while to get there, but hopefully that's their new thing going forward.
They did that, and they also showed video packages of like highlights of the pay per view, which I think is
Oh,
also good
sweet.
because it's
Yep.
like to get over like this is a really good show, and it shouldn't be like it's done and now it's forgotten. Like
Yeah.
you remember. I mean, WWE is really good at that. We would see highlights of Hell in the Cell for decades. We would
Oh,
see
yeah.
highlights of TLC matches and stuff, and then it gets in your head like, oh, yeah, that was a memorable thing that we should
Yep.
go back and check out.
Yeah, that's a good point though. Like, don't forget your history as you're going. So, like, maybe something for AEW to put in their memory banks. Like, we got to remember, got
Yeah,
to
because you
do
got
this
5
kind of
years
stuff
now,
every
so
now and then.
yeah,
Yep.
it was different when it's like they've been around a few months or a year
Yeah.
or something, but now there's actual history there.
True.
Swerve Strickland with my boy
Oh,
Nana versus one of my favorite, maybe my favorite heel in wrestling, Christian
yeah.
Cage.
It's hard to beat them. It
Yeah.
really is.
Normally I'd be like, oh man, put the belt on Christian Cage, but you can't take it off Swerve right now.
Exactly.
This was a really fun match. I like the feud a lot. It made me so happy to see Christian get a main event run.
Oh, without a doubt. And,
Very
like,
deserved.
yep, yep. And he, like, it's great to see him do his things now. Like,
Yeah.
and I love the build up to this match. Like, Christian over the last few weeks doing his thing, and, like, one of my favorite things I've seen recently was, I think it was on last week's Dynamite, was when he was trying to get away and then he ran out into the parking lot, and, like, he beat somebody up and threw him out of his car and got in the car and got in, and then he waved to Swerve as he's driving off, and then a big car gets in front of him and it's Prince Nana drinking the coffee.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, hey." And then he couldn't go anywhere, and then Swerve came out and pulled him out of the car. It was just great.
Yeah, this was a really fun match. I heard there's another thing Meltzer said, which I thought, that's actually probably good. He said for the before both Copeland and Christian retire, to do like put them back together and do like a tag run with them. And I'm
Mm,
against doing that right now
yep,
because
yep.
Christian, I think it would be a step back for him. But if he when he is ready to retire, and he
Oh
was
yeah,
like, you could actually, and he compared it to the last Sting run, and I was like,
I could really even
that
see
actually
that.
could work, yeah, because I
Yep.
think they wanted that with the Hardy Boys, but it just like the one guy was too broken down, and the other guys like you can't
Yeah, you
rely on
can't
them.
really trust them. Yeah. But yeah, I could see that maybe like, and I don't know if they've got a year or two left, between the two of them.
Yeah,
But yeah, you're
maybe
right.
not long for maybe no more for Copeland after I don't know, but
I
hopefully
know
he can come
that's
back.
true. Hopefully, maybe he'll learn to like ease down a little bit. Not always do the crazy
Yeah.
things.
And it's never good to get hurt, obviously,
Mm.
especially when you're older and stuff. But if there's anything positive out of this, I think him being off TV for a while and him coming back is going to get a giant reaction.
Oh, without a doubt, it did last time.
Yeah,
When he came in, he had like a couple of cool matches, and then he kind of got stale early.
yeah,
And then he went out and then came back and then really got a good second wind, I thought.
yeah. When you hear the music, 6
Yep,
months or whatever, like it'll be a big deal.
yep.
He probably would have wanted to have been on the Wembley show.
Oh, yeah. And then like, when the time comes and you'll get like that Christian, like let's say his group turns on him or whatever,
Yeah, yeah,
and it's like, dude, you're the only friend I have left.
yeah.
And then like that,
I
that'll
think
just be
I think Nick
amazing.
Wayne eventually turning on him would be good, and
That'd be the
Nick Wayne
best.
with and Kill Switch could be his muscle.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, because he's not even like usually those smaller guys are sympathetic. There's
Yeah,
just
he's like,
something really
yeah,
sleazy about the guy. You
that's
just
why
want
he
to
didn't
slap
even
him.
really work when he first came in. I was like, I don't care about this. But once
Yeah.
he became like this like asshole, like he's kind of like Dominic Mysterio a little bit, I guess. Like he just like, oh fuck this guy.
Yeah, yep, yep. He's just like, I hope somebody beats this kid's
Yeah.
ass. I can't stand him.
Then we had this was a triple main event, but they ended with Anarchy in the Arena, which
Oh my God.
you kind of have to end with
Yep.
especially this one.
Oh
I've
yeah.
I've been a big fan of all the Anarchy in the Arena matches. I think they're super fun and crazy and creative. And
Yep.
this one topped all of them, I guess. The
It was
Elite
just insane.
versus Team
This had something
AEW.
I have never seen in my life, nor did I think I would ever see.
No, this was
But the whole
nuts.
match was just crazy, though. Team
It's
Elite and then Team AEW, and it was just so good.
Yeah, so it even just started with like the fighting over whose music was going to play, because that's always been part of these. Like the one they played they played a Jericho song or someone's song like Forever until people get pissed.
Oh, yeah, yep.
That was really funny. And but yeah,
I
was
miss
this
Sammy getting run over by something, though.
yeah, this
I,
was this
I
the
would
first
like
one
to see
without
that.
Jericho maybe.
I think it was, yeah, yep.
But yeah, this was just wild. So you had like the funny parts, then you had like this insane spots, like the Meltzer driver on the stack of chips. But honestly, the
Oh,
craziest spot is the flamethrower.
oh yeah, and just everybody you could tell was just going out there and just giving everything. Like, because I bet for the Rainmaker, I don't think he's ever been involved in anything like this before. So you could see, like, to start with, he was a little timid, and then he got into it and just started like crushing people, and like it was so good.
Normally, when like the fire spots in wrestling, like unless it's on the table and they go through it, that's pretty cool. But usually when they light someone on fire, it's really awful. Like when Kane like sticks his hand in the fire,
Oh yeah.
and it's like, wow, this is dumb. But this looked very dangerous and crazy.
Oh my
And
God.
I saw people like, oh, he was covered in the gel, but they actually people have acted like there was no reason why he was in that. But earlier in the thing, he got water all over,
Yep.
and
Yep.
so in like where you're just watching this, you're like, oh, he's still wet, which it
Even
made
the setup was
sense.
cool because, like, so you see Darby and he's got his crazy flamethrower, which he had brought out on one of the shows, and he looks just maniacal.
Yeah, he looks
He looks so
insane.
happy, like crazy
Yeah, if anyone
pyromaniac.
in wrestling is gonna be, like, cool with just running around with a flamethrower, it's probably gonna be him. He didn't look nervous or anything, which would have
No.
made me nervous being around him.
And then Jack Perry comes out, and he's all sopping wet, and he's got Tony Khan, and he like just flings him out in front of him, and behind him's Darby with the flamethrower.
Yeah, like, this whole thing and, you know, look, anything coming fire is very dangerous. Professionals have been, you know, hurt with fire.
Oh God, yeah, yep,
Kane Hodder and stuff. So
yep,
fire and glass are always things are no matter how much you think you know what you're doing, can be
yep.
dangerous. So, you know, you had the Bucks right there, and you know they're not covered in gel, and you had Tony Khan rolling away, and he's
Yeah,
not covered in gel. And you
you've
got
got
the
the
guy with the
older,
flamethrower; he's not covered in gel.
and he's
So
not quite right either, old
no,
Darby. You
so
know.
this I loved it. I don't
Mm,
care. People can say it's. I saw people say this stuff's silly, and I'm like, well, it's like wrestling itself is silly. Like just a
yeah,
guy running off the ropes is
wrestling's.
kind of silly. Like
But when a guy's literally like from his lower half completely on fire, I mean, he had flames shooting out from
yeah,
his
I
hands. It was
loved it.
crazy.
I always love in horror movies when guys are when they do the actual man on fire stuff. And
Yeah, and we
well,
had just talked about it with our guest like
yeah,
just a week before, and like, oh my
yeah, it
God,
was
got a
awesome.
man on fire. We
Then
got
we had the exploding chair. We had the Bucks getting the shoes with and they're covered
in the
in the
thumbtack.
pack. I will say if I'm gonna pick anything, I will say Okada's a great wrestler, but he's not a great hardcore wrestler. You
No, you
could
could
tell
tell he's not comfortable with a
yeah,
lot of that
he's
stuff.
very like chair shots and stuff. He's very timid with them
Hmm.
which is good. Doesn't want to hurt the people, but he didn't quite fit in the match. I would say.
Yeah, yeah. But like when he was doing like his other stuff,
Oh
and
yeah,
and the thing is, like, I'll give everybody prompts in this match because they had to scramble a lot because originally it was Eddie Kingston that was going to be
right.
in the
Yeah.
match, and then he got hurt, and now was was Darby the second or the third? Did somebody else get hurt too?
No, I don't think so. From what
Okay.
Tony Khan did an interview where he said he called up uh, Darby to see how he's doing, and Darby is like, "I'm doing good, and if you need me to be the replacement, I'm in."
Oh,
So
no way. Oh, wow. Like a month after he get hit by a bus after he broke his
yeah, yeah.
foot.
But then he said he did it. They had to make sure he got cleared, and he did. So.
Oh, okay. And then another one of the craziest things, I never knew I needed to see a human pinata,
Oh
and
yeah,
Darby showed me that I
I
was
I
wrong.
saw people complain like, "I can't believe they did that with Owen Hart's widow." I'm like, they didn't put him like 30 feet over the ring.
No. But that was just awesome. I thought it was great the way they did it, and like,
Yeah.
because Darby's completely helpless, and he was hanging there a long, long time.
Yeah, no, that was cool. It's very violent, and they're kicking him while he's just hanging there.
Yep.
And if for whatever reason, if that would have broke, I mean, he was only a foot like off
Yeah.
the
Oh,
thing. It's not
yeah.
like he's gonna.
But it was a great way to, like, have everybody just beat on the poor guy,
Oh yeah, no, it was
like,
awesome. Yeah,
yeah. And then, like, and so when they did that, I thought for sure Team Elite was gonna win. I mean, Team AEW was gonna win.
yeah,
I'm like, they're not gonna, like, fuck up Darby like this all night and then not have his team win,
right.
and they fooled me.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to win either.
Yep.
I was rooting for Team AEW. I'm into both, but
Yeah.
this was awesome. Did a
Yep.
crazy 6-hour show.
I had no
Um,
voice at the end of it,
no, and
like, I was so into
the
it.
crowd was into the whole thing. I was into the whole thing.
Yep.
Our mom watched it. She was into the whole thing.
Yep.
The
So was
shortest
Mrs.
match
Flea.
was 12 minutes on the actual pay-per-view. On the pre-show, there was a 10-minute match.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I don't know. I thought it was awesome. I had a great
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, like we always say, AEW pay-per-views always give you your money's worth. This one was no exception. I'd give it 5 stars top to bottom. I just
I
loved it.
agree. Yeah, just a great time. Really fun.
If you get a chance to grab the the replay, watch it. I think you'll have a ton of fun. It's just a great show.
Yeah, it's awesome. Let's see here. So then
And
we
what's your
had
next pay-per-view?
I think it's Forbidden Door, right?
Oh, okay, good.
Oh, here we go. So tonight on Dynamite, we had the Monet celebration for
Yep,
TBS
that was great
Championship.
stuff.
I wasn't sure who the woman was who interrupted and stuff, but it was a Sky Blue.
Oh, okay, yep. Well, she looks so much different now, like from
Yeah,
when
she's improved
when
a lot
she.
too.
Oh yeah, she's doing like the Julia Hart,
Yeah.
like where she was okay to start with, and now
Yeah,
she's great.
yeah. The only thing I thought was a little weird because, like I was saying earlier, Monet's playing the heel, but the crowd was super into her and chanting
Oh
for her
yeah.
tonight. And then Sky Blue's a heel, so it's a little weird, but it was good.
hmm
Let's see. Then they show the Elite coming up, and they showed some. This is when they started to show some highlights of Double or Nothing, which I thought was good.
Yep.
We had a Swerve versus Kill Switch.
I really liked that match too. I thought.
Yeah, I liked it too.
That was good.
I know some people are like, why do they have Swerve early in the show? But there is a reason behind it. It's because that is when the most people are watching.
hmm
So they want him on the show when most eyes are on it. But
Yeah, and then you get everybody hooked, and a lot of the times they'll stick around.
right. So the only thing I thought when Swerve cuts the ponytail off Kill Switch, but when he pulled the hair up, you could actually see that the hair was attached to it had like a strap, like he must have already had his hair cut.
Yep.
So like if they'd known that to begin with, they probably should have just had the watch out for this cameraman. But
yeah.
TV time with Chris Jericho. Sometimes these like talking segments, like the Piper Pit clones, are bad, but Jericho is Jericho. We talked about this on the other one, really, but this one was really fun.
Oh yeah, and I like the setup for it and stuff.
Yeah,
like
Big
the
Bill's good.
Yeah, yep.
And I like the addition of Brian Keith. I think that's a good spot for him.
Yep. Yeah, they're making a really cool team with that group, I think. So
yeah. Joe comes out, and seems like Hook and Joe are going to be together. I like that team.
That was pretty cool too. Yeah.
Because we haven't seen Joe since losing the belt, really. I don't think.
No, and I think those guys, because Joe got that little bit of respect for Hook when he wrestled him when he was champ, and so if Joe's looking for like a protege type guy, I think Hook would be a good guy to go with him. They're both very physical and both kind of dicks,
Yeah. So then they had a video on CMLL woman Stephanie Vacker. I don't know who she is, but I'm glad that they showed the video because otherwise if they just pop up, I'm like, well, who is this? But you show the video and it's like, oh, well, now I know that this is like someone important who's
Yep.
looks cool.
And she's great. Like I love like her weird horns when she comes to the ring, and in the ring she's real physical. I think one of the best matches I saw in like the New Japan Strong was her against Julia, who just went to the WWE. The Italian woman there, she's fantastic. This chick's got it all though. She can do it all. So I'm really happy to see her.
Yeah, people are wondering like what you would do for Forbidden Door now, since like a lot of the people, Will Ospreay's actually part of the company, so that'll probably be up Forbidden Door. It looks like.
Oh, good.
Mercedes Monet versus Stephanie Vacker.
I think you'll really dig this woman. She's great.
Moxley versus Rocky Romero. This was like a really good match, really long match. It's just like I just know that Rocky Romero is not going to win, so it's kind of weird to have it. Rocky, they really need to give him some wins because he's a really good wrestler, but he always loses. So whenever he comes out, it's like, well, I know he's not going to win.
That's kind of the story with Rocky too, because it's the same way in New Japan. Like, he's their main trainer for Strong, so he's trained half the guys that went through New Japan Strong, like their American New Japan thing. And So I guess Rocky's been wrestling like 25 years,
Oh
even
wow.
though like he doesn't look it. He's in
Yeah.
great shape and stuff, and he's a young looking guy. But yeah, I always like him in the ring.
Orange. Well, we had Don Callis coming out because he had said on the pay
That
per
was
view he was
good
going to
stuff.
give the contract to his new person for his group. Orange comes out, he rips it up. And then out comes you got the best manager in the ring, Don Callison, comes out the worst manager, Stokely Hathaway with Statlander, and she says like, I accept for the form. It was kind of weird that whole part, but Trent was behind Orange and then beats up Orange and is with. That's the right pick though to be with Don Callison.
Oh yeah, yep. And at first though, because I thought she meant that Stokely Hathaway was going with Don
Yeah, I didn't.
Callis.
I
And
almost
I
thought
was
like
like,
they were
what the
going to do
hell's that all
Statlander
about?
versus Orange and like an intergender match. I was like, I don't really want to see that. But
No, nobody needs that.
Garcia in the back saying he wants a chance, shot at the international title, so that'll be good. He said he was
Oh,
gonna move
yeah.
up the rankings, so I expect a bunch of big wins for him coming up.
I hope so. I always like him.
I like
He's
him
one of
too.
those guys I dig a lot.
We had Sky Blue versus Monet for the TBS title.
That was
It
good
was a really
stuff,
good
I thought.
match.
Yep.
Big fan of, and Monet was really over to this crowd.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they're kind of leaving it open, like, we'll
Yeah,
see
to
what
see
the
where it
reaction
goes.
is
Yeah.
and go with whatever the crowd feels like that night,
So then we had then the Stephanie came out, Stephanie Backer. So we're gonna get that Forbidden Door, I think. More Stokely Hathaway segment for some reason. Got to
For
see this guy.
reasons.
A video package for MJF. That was cool.
Yep.
Huge fan of MJF. We had the Elite comes out, and they give Okada a Lamborghini.
Oh, yeah, that was sweet.
The crowd was even chanting "You deserve it," which I thought was funny. The crowd was into the Elite here.
That was one thing I forgot from the final match at the pay-per-view. One of the greatest things was Matt Jackson when they were playing the final countdown.
Oh yeah,
And he grabs the microphone. He's like, look, cut this music. This cost me $200,000 every time we play it.
And people are saying that's like real. So
that's awesome.
If that is true, like it's cool and it gets me excited for him to come out, but you don't need it.
No, I think we're good without that.
Yeah,
And like, why would those guys get that? Maybe the company gets some money, but fuck, I never need to hear that song again.
So they strip Copeland of the title, which makes sense. So I mean, the guy's going to be out indefinitely, and then they were just going to give it to the scapegoat. And I was like, this is really good heel.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this is good heel heat. And then Fallen Angel Christopher Daniels comes out, and I have to say this is a really good role for him.
Perfect. And I haven't seen him for so long. I guess he's been on Ring of Honor for a little bit.
Yeah, and they did an angle where they fired him a couple weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
And they were like, "You're out of here. You're fired." And so, I like Tony Khan as a person, and like I like that he's so into it. But he's not a great on-air guy.
Yeah. Yep.
And he gets a little like when he's like even like on the pay-per-view and he's trying to explain like the Owen Hart tournament. Like he's just not a great on-air talker. I think he's fine to have on once in a while because he
gets a little too excited, I think. Yeah.
But I would keep Daniels as the guy to like he comes out for the matches, blah blah blah, or that kind of stuff. Explain stuff. Not only is he's a great talker, the fans know he is. They respect him, and so I think that's a really good a good role for him and a good guy to be in that role.
Oh yeah, because I think it's like it gives it a little legitimacy too, because the guy's been there since day one. And...
Yeah, and I think it's better than an older guy. Like he's not a super young guy, but I think it's better than Arn Anderson or when Tully was there and stuff. I like those guys a lot, but they're from another era, another generation. And Christopher Daniels is really, he's an older guy, but he's from this generation of guys that are on top now.
Yeah, he's one of their peers,
Right.
either he was there when they first started to come in, or they wrestled with him at the time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's not a guy that you see him and you're like, oh, that's a guy from the '80s. This is
yeah,
a guy from today,
yep,
or from
yeah, the
2010.
last 20 years or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah,
So I like that a lot. And so he was
hmm
like, we're not giving the title away. Because I think if Tony was doing this part, it would have been confusing what the hell is happening. But
yep,
Daniel's like, we're not give it to him. We're gonna have a bunch of matches. The winners of these matches are gonna go into a ladder match for the title at the pay-per-view. So that'll be good. I was glad they didn't
yeah,
do another tournament because they do have, they've got the Owen Hart tournament coming up, and
yeah. You
you
don't
don't
need
need
to
like
do
three
one right on
tournaments
top.
going on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did they announce the people that are going to be in it or not?
No.
Or
I think they said in the coming week. So
okay, I didn't know if I had missed that or not.
no. So then we had the Forbidden Door Casino Gauntlet.
Oh, I
And
love this match. I
yeah,
thought
this
this
was
match
really
was so
fun.
good.
I
Yeah.
saw even Robbie Scar says he doesn't like AEW like this match. So
Uh-huh. I loved like Claudio just giving everybody the big swing. He's trying to
yeah,
give the referee the big swing. He's just like, I'm gonna give everybody the big goddamn swing.
Claudio's great, one of my favorites. And you don't I think some people didn't realize how big he is too. He's a big
Oh
guy.
yeah. Yep.
You had Pac and Jay White, another great guys. Mystico, I've never been a big fan, I'll be honest. I
Yep.
didn't know the Japanese guy, but he was really good.
Oh,
Umino?
Shota Umino. He's the son of Red Shoes,
Oh,
the
okay.
referee in New
Yeah.
Japan. And he's Moxley's protege.
Oh, okay.
So he does a lot of like hardcore stuff in New Japan. He's great. He's one of their young like up and comer guys. I think he's only like 25, 26. So he's a guy to keep an eye on, going forward.
Yeah.
He's real good.
Leo Rush, who's always
I
in
was
and out
surprised.
places.
Yep.
It's too bad. I think he has some personal issues. I don't mean like drugs or anything. I think
Yeah.
he's got some mental like health issues. It's too bad. He's very entertaining, and he was very entertaining in this match.
Oh yeah, because he's one of those guys when he does kind of like Ricochet, when he does like the drop down pop up. Some people it looks bogus when they're like ducking under a clothesline or something. With him, I think maybe because he's such a smaller guy, it looks legit, and he's up lightning fast. Like he'll drop under somebody's move and then he's right back up on his feet. But you're right. Like if he wasn't tough to deal with, I think he'd be like the new Mysterio. He's just that good.
Yeah. Hechicero didn't really. Oh, he looked cool though. Hechicero.
Yeah. Yep.
I didn't know him, but he's cool. He had Orange Cassidy.
He's a
Will Ospreay.
CMLL guy. He does like a weird magician gimmick, and it really works for him.
I was actually really surprised Will Ospreay won because I thought Will Ospreay was going to win the Owen Hart tournament and then go on to wrestle at Wembley for the title.
That's what I figured too, because I thought for sure Orange was going to win this one.
Yeah,
and they fooled me in it because that's
So we're going to get Will Ospreay versus Swerve at Forbidden Door, which will be a great match.
Oh yeah.
But I do think this will be the end of Swerve's title reign.
See, and I think it's gonna be Will's first loss.
Really?
I do.
So, because you have to, in my opinion, it would be insane not to have a main event at Wembley. So either he wins the belt at Wembley, or I'm thinking now he's going to win the belt at Forbidden Door and then defend the belt at Wembley.
Oh, okay. Well, that would be pretty cool too. But I'd hate to see Swerve lose it already.
Yeah, I think it's early. So
he's been such a good
the
champ.
good thing about this is it is unpredictable. Not really, because you can have reasons for either one.
Yep.
And I think it would be a good time to unify these belts then. Unify the international belt and the AEW world belt.
See, I'm in agreement there. I think it would be awesome to whoever wins this one gets both belts.
Yeah. And they can I know some people for whatever reason are against having both like belts when they unify belts, but I like that. I mean, that's how they used to be in boxing. That was cool. And Mike Tyson
Tyson with all three belts. It was kind of neat. Yeah.
For another thing too, I've seen people say that they copy WWE when they do the undisputed championship. I'm like, they did not invent that. Like
No.
when I, when I was a kid, that was the big thing was Tyson went around and he won all of the 3 titles and became
Yep.
the undisputed champion.
Yeah, he unified all of them, and because it was stupid anyway, like that there were 3 world champions,
Yeah,
and
right. And then
each
they
time,
made up
like,
ones
they'd be
after
like,
that.
"Oh, guy's the undisputed." Well, obviously someone's gonna dispute because there are 2 other champions, you know?
Mhm.
So I don't believe that. I think I'm calling bullshit on that one.
Let's see. So anyway, Great Dynamite. I did see something earlier. Now again, who knows? Because okay, so they're negotiating the AEW deal. It looks like they're probably going to stay on Turner.
Okay, good.
Uh, some guy put out a report saying that Tony Khan was unhappy with like what they were offering him. AEW said that's not true. But of course, just some guy puts it out, so everyone
Yeah.
says it's true. I don't know. I mean, maybe it is, maybe it is. I don't know. And Brian Alvarez said that they the money was good, but they Tony wanted like a streaming service.
Ooh,
Again, how does he know? I don't
right.
know. But and so anyway, where was I going with this? Oh, so today, before we went on air, I saw now there was a rumor. Again, these are all rumors. Who knows?
Mhm.
Is that it looks like they're going to stay on Turner. They're going to drop Rampage, and Dynamite will become a 3-hour show.
Oh, wow.
So historically, the 3-hour weekly shows have always hurt. Like I
Yep.
think it really hurt Nitro a lot.
I
And I
remember
think
that, yeah.
it made Raw unwatchable for me.
Yep.
So I think I think you could do a 3-hour show now and then, but I think weekly 3 hours is a lot.
Yeah, that is. You're
They have
right.
the roster for it, but I think
Yep.
it's just a lot to like write every week.
Yet, I don't know, like,
Again, I don't know
I
if there's
think
any
as
truth
far
to it
as
too.
that, yeah. As far as that goes, like, I don't know, Rampage is the show that I can miss.
But yeah, I
Like,
agree.
I don't miss, like, the
Anytime I
other
watch
2.
it, I like it, but it's
Yeah.
like I never miss Dynamite, and I try to watch
Yep.
Collision because it's always really good too. But that it makes a lot of hours to watch every week.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And so, that's 4 hours there. It's like, do I need to watch Rampage? Plus, it's Friday night. I'm almost never like around to watch it. So if
Yep.
I watch it, it's usually on demand. But after I just
Yeah,
watch 2 hours of Dynamite and then I've got 2 hours the next night, I a lot of times I miss it.
yep. Or that might be the show that I, like, fast forward to just get through to, like, the main event,
Right, right.
you
It's
know,
always
like
a good show. It's just
yeah,
I
yep,
could see if you drop it. But I don't think you need. I get that the idea is it would still be 5 hours of AEW original programming, and they make a lot of money off the advertising. So
yeah. But, I mean, what's wrong with 4 hours? You know,
yeah,
like,
I agree. I agree.
I'm
Yeah,
good with 2 2-hour shows a
yeah, I
week,
agree.
that's
I think
fine.
2 hours is a good amount of
Yeah,
wrestling. That's a week for each program.
yeah, especially since they're doing more pay-per-views now.
Yeah,
I
almost
think,
one a
like,
month.
having 4 hours, like, a week, and then once a month or once every 2
Yeah.
months.
If you're watching everything, it's just like I like wrestling and all, but we're doing the wrestling show. But
Yep.
do I can I watch like 12 or 14? I don't know how much it would come to if I watched everything, but it would come to an awful lot of wrestling.
Oh, yeah. I find myself because it's the first year that, like, we've done the New Japan, streaming thing, and,
Yeah.
like, some months I can do it because 'cause they'll have, like, a couple of shows a week, maybe, like, and I can keep up with that,
Mhm.
but these last few weeks, they've been doing the, Super J Cup, so it's this crazy and it's a round robin tournament, so it's not an elimination. So you have 32 guys in the tournament, And
Oh,
so,
that's cool.
it's cool. I mean, like,
But it's just so
it's
much stuff.
it's
Yeah.
too much. It's
Yeah.
I just can't keep up with it
Uh-huh.
all, you know? So now I find myself, like, if it's a guy that I know isn't gonna win, I probably won't watch that particular match. I'll
Mhm.
go to the next one. Or if it's, like, 2 guys I don't really care about, it's tough to keep up with it all. Like,
Yeah, yeah, it's just so
you're
much.
talking, like, 20 hours
Yeah, and I
of
like
a
to
week.
watch movies, and I do a lot of
Yep.
podcast stuff, and I'm in pre-production for a movie, and it's just too much to if that's all you ever do, I guess. I mean,
Yeah,
not all you
yeah.
do, but it's the only thing you watch at all, I guess you could watch all of it.
Yeah, I guess so, but, like, even now, like, I find, well, geez, I haven't watched, you know, the new Star Trek in a couple of weeks. I gotta catch
Yeah,
up
I mean,
with
I like
that,
a lot of
and I
series and
gotta
stuff,
do
so it's
these,
hard,
yeah.
yeah. I used to think, like, as a kid, I watched all stuff, but I used to think, "Oh, well, maybe I just don't like it as much now," or whatever, but it's also was you were a kid, so you had more free time.
Oh,
There
yeah.
also wasn't the internet.
Yep.
There was
And
only
also,
so
you
many
didn't have that
channels.
much content. Yeah, yep.
No, so there's a lot of different things going on there.
Between all the streaming stuff and then,
Yeah,
what's on
if I had
TV
the internet
anyway,
then,
like,
like,
it's
I don't know
crazy.
if I could, if I would have been watching all I don't know.
Yeah.
You just you don't know. It was a different time
Yep, yep.
because 'cause they're
Yeah,
not
but, like,
just
we
competing
actually
with
saw the sun when we were kids too, so
right, yeah, we were outside a lot, yeah,
yeah.
and back then you were competing with other wrestling shows, but now you're competing with, like, YouTube and
Oh, yeah.
TikTok and all this. And I know people, this new show Speed from WWE on Twitter, and it's just like no one actually cares about. I don't care what anyone
What
tells me. No one actually cares about this. It's like 3
I've
to 5.
heard
It's
of
like
it, but I don't really know what it is.
it's matches that are like I guess under 5-minute time limit, and they just stream on Twitter or X.
Oh, that wouldn't be me.
And
That's not for me.
technically they get views. I get all that, but the reason they get views is because you're on your phone and you're scrolling and here's Twitter, here's something, and you watch a little bit, then you keep scrolling, but that counts as a watch.
Oh, I
This is
see.
just my personal opinion.
Yep.
Um, no one. I can't say no one. The vast majority of people aren't sitting there like, oh man, I got to watch Speed. I go tune in to Twitter here on my phone and watch Speed. Like, that's not going to be something that people remember or talk about.
Um,
That's really that's content
mhm.
that's just there. It's just content to take up time and space. It's worthless, is what I'm saying.
Yep.
Lexar. So anyway, TNA Knockout champ Jordan Grace. That's very cool, I will say. Jordan Grace was on TNA, and it looks like she's going to wrestle the not TNA, AEW champion.
Oh, wow.
First time I saw Jordan Grace was on Royal Rumble, and I was a fan.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that was cool.
Did you ever see her before, Jack? It's
No,
crazy. She has completely altered her appearance. She used to be a short, fat woman,
yeah,
and
yeah,
now she's in ridiculous shape. She is so jacked.
yeah.
It's insane.
So that's cool. I like that a lot. I'm all for that. I like her. I think that's cool. I've seen people say, "Well, is this going to be bad for TNA? They're not going to."
How can it be bad for them?
It's like TNA is not in any position to be like, we're only going to work with you if you put us over.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen for one
Yep.
thing. Um, they've got honestly, they got nothing to lose.
Yep.
They've got
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
to gain doing this, and they've got nothing to lose. Could WWE eventually buy him and technically be out? I guess, but again, like they exist. They especially after they fired they were
Oh,
actually getting buzz again for the first time in forever.
yep.
And then they fired I forget the guy's name.
Is it Diamante or something like that? I
Scott
can't remember.
D'Amore. And
Demore.
then like
Okay.
they went from like the pay-per-view before that did pretty good. It was like 20 grand, 20,000 or something. And then the next one after that, they fired him did like 500. Like it was just an
Oh,
insane drop.
oh my God, that's horrible.
And so it's like they have nothing to lose at this point. So
Yep.
this will be either the WWE maybe will buy it or they'll work with them. Either way, they've got nothing to lose
Yep.
and stuff to gain here. So it's good.
Agreed.
Um And Ethan Page.
Ugh.
This is a guy I
Ugh.
could not care less about. Jordan Grace, I'm all for. Ethan Page, could not care less about. And people were trying to tell me he wasn't used well in AEW. That's not true. The guy had more chances than a lot of people in AEW. There's way more talented people in AEW that did not get the TV time than Ethan Page did.
Oh, exactly.
And
And
he
they
just
tried
never got
everything
over.
with him. Yep. I mean, the guy I felt bad for was Scorpio Sky.
Yeah, much
Once they
better.
saddled him with him,
Yeah.
he didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, it just kind of ruined his career, I think.
Yeah.
But I always thought Ethan Page is a guy that would fit better in WWE because he's like, they like these guys that are just like fine. They're like, he's not a tiny guy, he's not a giant guy. He's like a good sized guy.
Yep.
He's not a bad talker. He's not a great talker. He's not a charismatic void, but he's not like, oh shit, it's The Rock.
Yeah. He's not a must-see guy.
He's a fine wrestler. He's not a great wrestler. He's just like a guy. He's like Theory to me. And for some reason, they love guys like Theory, who I just see as like, this is just some guy. Like,
yeah,
he's fine, but who cares? And so that's what I see. Ethan. He's a guy, and they could plug him into anything. They could give him any kind of gimmick. They could put him in teams or whatever. He's like a guy. He's like Mike Bennett kind of guy. Like he's just kind of a guy. He's fine.
Yeah.
That's what I see with Ethan Page.
I agree because maybe I'm too like harsh on the guy because it's not like he's terrible.
No,
he's just meh. He seems very Canadian because he's kind of a nice guy and he's just kind of meh. And he's got a toy vlog that like just bores me. I'm like,
remember when WWE had mixed match challenge on Facebook? I mean, vaguely, but I mean, it was something I knew I could not possibly care about. Didn't like Nia Jax team with like Braun Strowman or something. I mean, that's just friggin' god awful stuff.
Whoa, that's not good.
I know Lexar was a big fan. So, I mean, if you like it, I'm not going to talk you out of liking it. Love Mixed Max Challenge. Love Speed. Love whatever the show. Not, don't be doing drugs or anything. But do I care about it?
I'm at the Love Boat.
Absolutely not. All right. So here's the link. We're not going to stay here all night. If you guys want to come in and talk to us. Do you want to answer some of these questions, Troy?
Why not?
All right.
Do I have to do it in interest voice?
No, you can. Well, you can if you want. I don't know about that one, Nakia wants to know some trivial notes on the 5th Double or Nothing event at the MGM Grand. Out of the 51 superstars on the original card, only 8 are competing 5 years later. Chris Jericho.
Wow.
Penta.
Okay.
Ray Phoenix.
Okay.
The Young Bucks.
All right.
Orange Cassidy.
Nice.
Was he was on the first one? I don't think maybe.
I think wasn't he in the Battle Royal because
maybe
doing,
like, I don't think he was
little kicks
because he didn't do a singles match until one of the shows I was at. It was his first singles match for his pack.
Because I remember he was doing like the kind of half speed
right
things on
because up until a point he was just like a guy who popped up every once in a while like in comedy stuff.
Yeah, the best friends would find him under the ring. I love that shit when they would do that.
Jungle Boy and Trent Beretta.
Oh, wow.
Other notable names from that night include current WWE champion Cody Rhodes.
Okay.
SCU, we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
Jimmy Havoc.
Wow. Well, his thing was on him, so
yeah, it's unfortunate, but
it's too bad because I like
you
the guy.
Can't blame anyone but him. Yep. Yeah. Joey Janela. Another guy.
Joey Janela too.
Glacier. Interesting. I don't remember Glacier on there. Awesome.
He must have been in the Battle Royal too.
Yeah. They don't do those Battle Royals. They used to do them every show. Glacier. I'm sorry. Okay. Awesome Kong.
Oh wow. Oh, that's right, because she was with
Oh
Cody's
yeah,
wife
she was
at
with
the time, right?
Brandy for a while.
Yeah.
And Tommy Dreamer.
I think it was Dreamer that Orange was doing like the half-ass kicks to.
Oh yeah, I
And
think
he
you're
was
right.
kind of no selling and
Yeah,
just looking at him like, what
yeah,
the hell are you doing?
yeah. All right. Lexar, what's going on, my buddy, my pal? Peace. What's up?
Anyways, I saw the Eddie Guerrero documentary last Sunday. It was good.
I'm
Very
sorry, the which documentary?
Eddie Guerrero,
Oh,
Eddie
nice.
Guerrero on A&E. Yeah, it was
I
a
didn't even know it was
2 hour
out.
special, and they had like showcase his career. They had some, the bad moments, the awful moments, and his untimely death. The good moments when he won the WWE title. His Latino Heat character, where he got it from. He got it from watching the
Art Bar?
Birdcage.
Oh,
No,
okay.
watching the
Oh, really?
Birdcage. hmm The character from the Birdcage with Robin Williams, and
Yeah.
so he got that from a character. He said Latino Heat, and he said, "You know what? I'm gonna use that on TV." And there you have it. And yeah, they had like unaired uh stuff from behind the scenes with him, Eddie Guerrero, and Chavo when they're doing those vignettes with Los Guerreros. They had all that stuff, and yeah, Eddie Guerrero had that interview in 2004 with WWE, so they aired most of that too. So yeah, lots of Bailey, Finn Balor, Damian Priest. They were all on the documentary.
Oh, that sounds great. Big, huge Eddie Guerrero fan.
Yeah,
Ever
he's
since
one of
I
my
saw
all-time
him.
favorites. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the first time I saw him was when Worlds Collide.
Was that him and Art Bar at that time?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah.
The
Los
Juice or
Gringos
Art Bar, he
Locos.
was great.
Yeah. It's weird. At that time, Art Barr was had the more personality of the two.
Yeah. He was the
Eddie's
guy that
personality didn't
invented the
really come
frog
out till WWE.
splash, right?
Yeah, that's where
Yeah.
Eddie got the frog splash from. So both guys passed away really young.
Yeah. A lot of those guys like that he ran around with at that time. Like who was the guy that did I think Al Snow stole his move after he died. Big blonde kid.
Yeah, and he was with Scott Hall in WCW.
Yeah.
Louis
yep.
Spicoli.
Spicoli. He was
Yeah,
great.
he was Madonna's boyfriend on that show.
That's
that was
right.
his name.
Yep. I remember that. Yeah.
That was a great show. I mean, that's when I saw a lot
It
of
was
those guys.
loaded. Yeah.
All right. What's on your mind, baby snake? Are you ever going to call yourself a Latino Heat, Lexar? Maybe New
No?
Jersey Heat?
I got my name right here. Lexar, the WCW Western States Heritage Champion.
Hell yeah. I like it.
Who remembers that belt?
I like
It's invincible for the moment.
Wes, so you're gonna have to like travel to defend your championship, like.
No, they got to. If anyone wants it, they got to go travel to the Jersey territory to get it on.
Oh, damn!
Not traveling to the challengers.
Got to traverse the Rockies first, get past those, then the Apple.
Well, it was
Dang!
funny when I looked up the championship the other week. The last time it was defended was in New York. I'm like, oh yeah, Great Western States. Baby Snake Ass Master 420. What's on your mind?
Not much. Just yeah. I don't know. I like watching weird wrestling things. I don't know. Yeah.
Like what?
I don't know. I did watch something
Heroes
about
of professional wrestling.
I didn't watch that one, but I did watch an Art Bar video earlier, like this week, with Eddie Guerrero in it. But it was mainly about Art Bar, though. It was cool. I forgot about him. Yeah, but he had a rockin' red-headed mullet and a big, huge mustache.
Yep.
He was the juicer for a little while in WCW.
He'd put like powder on himself, and he'd run in and looked like he was smoking. It was great.
Yeah, he'd pull off the do-rag and the powder would fly everywhere.
Yeah.
It was like a Beetlejuice angle.
Yeah, it was really odd.
Oh, I remember that. He was really dusty. It was weird.
Yeah. I remember I was into it as a kid. It was odd. They did a lot of very bizarre angles around characters on the time, like Arachnaman.
Oh yeah.
He's like this was total ripoff of Spider-Man. Poor Brad Armstrong. I always thought one of the best in-ring wrestlers I ever saw, and always just god awful gimmicks like Arachnaman and
I know
the Candyman.
Then his brother that didn't have any talent at all, he became this like huge star.
Yeah, I think the lesser talent they had, the bigger star they became in that family. Like I will give Road Dogg great credit for charisma and stuff.
Yeah.
But in the ring, he's clearly the worst of the brothers.
Yeah.
But the biggest star of all the brothers.
Yeah.
Case of the squeaky wheel gets the grease kind of thing, I bet. He's just loud. He got more attention.
Then Russo tried to make Brad into like his. Remember they made him like the burnout guy. It was bad.
That was so bad. Yeah,
it did not fit him. I always thought during that period, because they didn't do much with either guy during the Nitro days, was a really good team in my opinion. If you would have put Brad Armstrong and Bobby Eaton together.
Oh, that would have been tremendous.
Yeah, because they're both there, but they just did nothing. So.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad. Two of my favorite in-ring wrestlers. Goosey. The goose is on the loose.
What's happening, fellas?
Hang 10.
Good to see the flea. Enjoying that.
Good to be seen.
Enjoying that great retired life they call.
I am indeed.
I got him to work.
Kicking my feet up. Then Jack's cracking the whip on me and making me do stuff.
AEW has been. I watched Double or Nothing. It was pretty good. I did end up watching the Blood Money pay-per-view too, and I don't know what it is about WWE anymore, but kind of feels like they're back to what they were before Vince left.
Yeah, it seems like I don't really follow the show, but it seems like they had this amazing build up to WrestleMania.
Yeah.
And then like they really didn't have they had that great whatever you think of Cody Rhodes. I mean, I think you're being dishonest if you deny like this great build to gonna finish a story. Like it legit had people into this, wins the belt, but then they have nothing to follow that up with. And I'm not against like Logan Paul as a challenger or AJ Styles, but neither of those were built up at all. They just like these are the next matches to happen. So it's weird to put all that thought into building him up to win the belt, but not to have anything like some meaty storylines after that.
Yeah.
Man.
Some guys are just better at the chase than like as the champ, but I don't think it's all his fault because I just don't think he's really been given like any, really good storyline as to champ.
And they did just a whole huge family story about family, and like they can't give Cody like anything about his family. Like just like do something to put like prominence on just Cody.
I don't know. I'm gonna end your story now. I don't know something, but it's just weird. It's weird to
don't leave him in limbo though. That's kind of a dick move.
Because AJ's a good opponent, but you have some kind of storyline, and they must have not even thought this was going to be a match, because if they did, AJ would have done something big at WrestleMania. Because if you thought about this beforehand, you'd be like, this guy's winning the belt at WrestleMania, then the next match will be versus so and so. Well, that guy then is going to get a big win lower on the card at WrestleMania.
Right.
And that's how you're just like real basic kind of storytelling and basic wrestling booking. But I just don't think they had any plans for him after wrestle. So like, well, I guess he'll wrestle AJ Styles. That'll be a good match.
Yeah, because I think AJ, didn't he say that he's only going to stick around for another year or so?
Yeah, and he lost at WrestleMania. So.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
If anything, it should have been the guy who beat AJ should have been like.
Yeah.
LA Knight.
Yeah. For some reason, I just don't think they. I thought maybe that would change. I mean, he got to win at WrestleMania, but it just doesn't seem like it's in the cards for him to get like a main event run.
I think the heat is gone.
See, he was one of the few highlights of NWA when I was watching that.
Power.
Really good there, yeah. Then once he left, there was really no reason to keep watching it, so I stopped.
Who is there? They get EC3.
I think so. I think he's there.
What happened to him? Man, I'll be honest. I never really thought a lot of the guy. He looked great, but to me, that's kind of it. But I watched the. I didn't buy it. I didn't steal it either. I watched clips of the. I forget the name of it. It was
one that kind of killed him.
Yeah, the Halloween show.
Yeah,
and he was wrestling like he was 60 years old or something. Like he was so slow and could barely move and couldn't really like take bumps. Like, what happened to this guy? I don't remember him being like that.
Iris still there? Brodus Clay?
No, he wasn't on that one. It was EC3 versus someone else who could barely move. Who was it? Was I don't think it was Trevor Murdoch. I don't know. There was some guys on there. I was like, wow, these guys are really like they really like I don't feel bad, but like I don't know what happened. He's got like Knox was on there thinking he could barely move.
Oh. Yeah, they need some help.
That was honestly one of the worst shows I've seen. That TNA pay-per-view show. That was the one, yeah, when and I love Father James Mitchell, but it was the one he's doing like cocaine and
oh yeah.
I don't know what the hell's going on in that show.
Yeah, it looked pretty crazy, just the videos that I saw.
And then I saw what's his name. Growing up, he's my favorite band of the Smashing Pumpkins, but
Billy Corgan.
Yeah. He's doing like a reality show, and then I saw a clip of it where like he's using the wrestlers on the Smashing Pumpkins tour. And I was just like, now I love the Smashing Pumpkins, especially their music, and I love wrestling, but the two do not go together.
No, that's an odd.
Yeah, it's not like Guar.
Yeah.
If it was Guar and like they had wrestling matches on the show, like okay.
Yeah, you can get behind that.
Yeah. His music was for like getting like girls to like go out with you in like high school and stuff.
Emo, like
yeah,
a lot of it, and then like kind of like, and then like you just have guys up there wrestling,
and then wrestling's the opposite of that. Yeah. So it's like taps into the 12-year-old.
Like if he's playing any like the whole album of Melancholy Infants,
oh yeah,
1979 playing and guys like doing a suplex or something. Like,
yeah, Brodus Clay put a guy in a chicken wing or something.
Well, I think maybe that's why he's got all the old guys working for him because they kind of slow it down. You can do like kind of a mellow song and there's some old men flopping around.
Sam Hain was the name of that show. I don't know how you say that. I think you say it some other way, but it looks like Sam Hain. I think it's like pronounced Samoa or something. No.
Some kind of demonic thing or something.
Yeah, it's like an old druidic thing.
Danzig had a band named that.
Yeah.
I think it's like cool Danzig band.
So yeah, on that show is, I mean, you won't even know these people, but it was Brandon Day with Cowboy Tommy. He defeated Man Bun Jesus.
Man Bun Jesus. That's my guy. I gotta get a shirt of him.
Man Bun Jesus.
I'm all over that.
With the Grizzly Groovies.
All right, I kind of like the name.
Now it's making me second guess this. Maybe this was a great show.
Yeah, it's good until you watch it.
Yeah, it's good to read the names. Jordan Clearwater and the Country Gentlemen.
Wow.
With Joe Kazana defeated the Outrunners with Zion.
Good old Zion.
Samantha Starr. I think that's actually Baby Doll's daughter.
It is. It is. Yep. Yep.
Defeated Missa Kate, Chelsea, and Tiffany Neves.
Hmm.
The Immortals defeated Daisy Kill and Talos.
Mm.
Magic Inc. Alex Misery, Judeus, and Max the Impaler with CJ and Father James Mitchell defeated Gags the Gimp. Sal the Pow.
I gotta look up this game. Tell me this Gags the Gimp comes over.
Gags the Gimp. It's Gaggz.
It's not we're gonna be for Halloween. We're gonna go back and figure.
Yeah, he's not wearing a.
Could be one of these people.
Yeah.
What?
Sweet.
I got dibs on Man Bun Jesus. So
yeah. That thing's not a ball gag. It's the end of a.
Does he have no legs? Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Even better.
He doesn't look like I expected, though.
No.
I thought he'd be cooler looking. Sal the Pal. Koa Laxamamana.
Now, is Magic Inc. like INC? Is it like incorporated?
Yes, yeah.
Or is it like Magic Inc. where you squirt it on somebody?
No, Inc. Like Money Inc. Incorporated.
I was thinking like a K and you squirt it on somebody.
And Magnum Muscle. Rush
Sounds
Freeman.
Like a condom.
It does, actually. Rush Freeman defeated Brady Pierce. That one's like so boring compared to the other ones. Colby Carino defeated Joe Alonzo.
Whoa. Oh, Colby Carino.
There's Blues Boy, Man Bun Jesus.
All right. That's my boy right there. I'm going to be tag champs with that guy.
Is that Kill Switch without his mask on?
It is.
The Southern Six, which is only two guys.
That makes it even better.
Kerry Morton and Alex Taylor.
Oh, that's
that's Ricky Morton.
Oh, it's Ricky Morton's son.
He's really good.
Yeah. They beat the Headbangers, Mosh and Thrash.
Whoa.
What the fuck?
Young up and comers.
The Headbangers still kicking?
Jax Dane defeated Blake Bulletproof Troop.
Okay.
I've seen the Headbangers lately, like on YouTube. They're still pretty like in shape.
Are they?
They're old, but older, but
Pretty Empowered, Ella Envy and Kylie Page defeated Taylor Rising and Natalia Markova. The Thrillbilly Silas Mason beat Chris Adonis.
I do like the Thrillbilly. That's
Isn't Chris Adonis? Isn't that Chris Masters?
Chris Masters.
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
That was a Burning Lake Brawl match.
Burning Lake Brawl.
Oh, some of these matches, like that one with Magic Inc., it was a Devil's Last Dance Ultimate Hardcore War.
Nice.
they're good at naming stuff.
Yeah.
In Sal and Gags, the Gimp lost. Sal and Gags and Gimp will be forever indentured to Mitchell.
Wow.
Now that's a good
owns their
stipulation.
souls
You
now.
become an indentured slave.
Yeah.
No, I gotta see what Sal the Pal was.
He's real boring looking too. I thought it'd be exciting, but it wasn't very interesting. The Brothers of Funstruction.
Wow.
Yabo and Rufo.
What? Ooh.
It's like the Lost Marx Brothers. Yabo and Rufo. Oh, holy shit. The Brothers of Funstruction, Yabo and Ruffo, with Violent J, defeated Vampiro and La Rebellion.
Look at this goofy
Wow.
fucker. This is Yabo.
Oh, I love
Oh, he's
Hell
a
yeah.
clown.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay, here's Rufo the clown.
That was in a riddle box match. Whatever.
course.
That
There's Yabo and Rufo together right there. Holy fuck.
Wow.
That's actually a pretty decent gimmick.
Yeah. I like the sad clown look. That's
Yeah.
cool.
They're cooler than Gags, the Gimp, and Sal the Pound.
Yeah. Well, they had to go over in that one. Or did Vampiro beat him?
No, they won. Yeah, Violent
Oh.
J and the Brothers of Fun Structure. Kenzie Page beat Ruthie J.
Ruthie
That's a
J.
shame.
Blunt Force Trauma,
That's a great name, too.
Carnage and Damage. They defeated Knox and Murdoch. This was one I saw. Wow, is it bad? Knox and Murdoch, they could barely move.
Who's Knox?
He was
Mike
the guy with the
Knox.
great big beard. He was in the
Oh,
WWE
yeah.
version of ECW.
Wasn't he
Yep,
the
yep.
one that, or no, that was Snitsky that was going to punt the baby?
I think they tagged at some point too. And
They may have.
Oh, Mike
They were both
Knox.
in Aces and Eights.
Mike
or whatever.
Knox.
that was a Knights of the Round Tables match. They actually had like
Oh,
knights
nice.
out there for some reason. Was weird.
Hell yeah.
It's kind of like a lumberjack match, only with knights around the
It's
ring.
one of my favorite fables.
And then the main event was EC3 defeated Tom Latimer in a no limit.
Tom Latimer. That might be another ancient motherfucker there.
It was bad.
I think that guy's like married to what's her face, that big muscly chick that's supposedly
Oh,
signed with
Camille.
TNA or AEW,
Oh.
but really isn't.
Jordan Grace.
No, not Jordan Grace.
No,
Jonathan
the
Gresham.
one.
Camille.
Camille. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I never liked either. I thought she was always kind of crap.
Yeah, anytime I've seen her, wasn't very impressed. She
No.
doesn't really have like. I know some people compared her to Jade, but Jade has a lot of personality and charisma and presence to
Yeah.
her. And Camille's big, but she's like very like stone face, like
yeah.
kind of like she doesn't know what's going on. What's on your mind? I think Ludite's taking a nap.
I'm here.
Oh, what's going on,
He's there.
Ludite?
Sorry, basically at night I put it on YouTube and I go to sleep for a while.
All right.
So you
Sounds
guys
like a
on
good time.
YouTube. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You don't have to
But-
apologize to us. Maybe to
Yeah.
Troy, he might slap you around, but I'm pretty easy going.
If I didn't feel comfortable, it wouldn't happen.
It's all good. You're good. You're good. You're amongst friends here.
Yep.
The Coast, LPA, what's on your mind? He's playing what is he playing? Tecmo Bowl or something?
Tecmo Bowl. Now you're talking.
Tech Bowl. No,
All
I'm
the kids are
messing.
doing today.
No, I'm messing around in Unreal Engine. I'm trying to put a 3D scene together
Whoa.
for a little game. I'm trying to do.
No.
Trying, but as Yoda says,
Fancy.
do or do not, don't try. Right? Thanks.
If you need any sprites made in 8-bit 80s style.
Oh,
Yeah, I was looking into Sprite stuff, but
I make them.
oh, you make Sprite? Yeah, that's right. You make sprites. That's cool. I like that.
I was on his last Sprite group. thing.
Yes, there's an
Pretty
Arbor
neat.
Day one.
Yeah, that's I think I've seen those.
It was pretty rocking. He even gave me the spiky beard and everything.
Yeah.
Yes, they're in. Not to spoil the Once and Future Smash, but you can also see them in the Once and Future Smash. There's actually even some animation in the Once and Future Smash.
Ooh.
Wow.
That'd be cool if you can like somehow get together with somebody and do one of those old school point and click kind of like
Yeah,
horror based game.
someone was that,
Yeah.
but then like, then they just stopped. It's their idea. Then like, then they just stopped.
Don't you
They
hate when
moved on
people
to
do that?
bigger and better things.
Yeah.
Doesn't that suck when people do that? They get you all juiced up and hyped, and then they
like,
kind
"Hey,
of
why don't you
ghost
do
you.
this?" They're like, I know how to make the game, but I don't like to make the sprites. And I'm like, well, I like to make the sprites, but I don't like to make the game. And then like, oh, they wanted to do a Psycho Ape game. I was like, all right. So I started making sprites, and then it's just like no reply.
That's what I'm waiting for Jack to do to me. Once I get like all the shit together for
no,
he's gonna pull the plug. He's gonna be like, yeah, I'm glad you made all that stuff. I'm bored with it.
It's definitely so for people who don't know, Arbor Day, it was originally gonna be a short film. Short horror comedy. Troy started making stuff, inspired me to write more stuff, and then I just kept writing more and more. And eventually, then I had a lot of friends of mine, like Alok Mirsha, who's a movie producer, and he's like, "You shouldn't do a short, make a feature, because you can actually you can get features on like platforms." And I was like, I'm just gonna make a anyway. Long story short, I kept expanding, and then like, fuck it, let's make a feature film. By the time I get everyone together, make the short, it's not gonna be much different just to make a feature film, and I actually have ideas for it. And Troy's been making awesome stuff. So Arbor Day,
it's been way cool doing.
Yeah, it's gonna be now there are Without Your Head films. Psycho Ape 2 is Without Your Head produced film. Once in Future Smash, I co-wrote, I'm in, and I produced. Same thing with End Zone 2, or Once a Future Smash and End Zone 2. But this will be all Without Your Head, written, directed, and produced by.
That'd be cool. I mean, there's certainly enough people to source in this community. A lot of talent out there. I like it.
So there it is, Troy. It's me as Steve here with the. I grew my hair out for the role. Troy, Brian, Andrew, and Joe. Right? Yeah, and it's a little bit of a spoiler in the final cut of the Once and Future Smash. So anyone who saw it at festivals, you saw a different cut. There's a final cut that will be released on Blu-ray probably in July. Anyway, it'll be out soon this summer, and it'll also be streaming. It will have an Arbor Day Easter egg.
Ooh.
Nice.
Dig it.
All right, so it'll be good.
Is that your Easter egg move? Then,
that's just what I'm looking.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking through binoculars.
Whoa, it's kind of cool because you have like a red and a green. You've got like 3D glasses.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed. I try to do cool lighting, but I keep it not too bright, so it's just kind of. So yeah, this is green. Sometimes I change it up, but we get green over here and we get red over here.
I never noticed until you did that.
Yeah, I try to keep it just just like a tint, not like I could go overboard and then it's a little weird. Like maybe that's like very bright. See that blue?
Oh yeah, the blue is very bright.
Yes.
You guys like Mitch Hedberg?
Yes.
I used to like wrestling. I still do, but I used to too.
Yeah.
Mitch Hedberg.
Right at home, remember?
That's without this light down here. Then it's a little more pronounced. That's probably kind of creepy, actually.
Yeah.
Look like very evil. Very evil.
Very nice, very evil.
You know, guys, I have a question. I mean,
you're interrupting all this important stuff for a question.
Kidding. Let me shut up. No,
we weren't talking about anything. That was a joke.
No, I like both WWE and AEW, but those these anti-AEW YouTubers that they starting to grate on the nerves a little bit.
It's really bad.
Yeah,
like people try to tell me it's on both, and there is the tribalism. There is way worse. Like if you go on any of these pages, they'll pop up, even ones I don't follow, and like anything at all. It could be a match, anything.
Yep.
And they'll just be like this like crazy hatred, and they'll attack you, and it's like. After a while, I just stopped following. Like, God, like it's like they could devote their whole life to just like talking about something they hate with a passion. It's like, why do you even just there's lots of stuff I don't like or don't care about, but I don't just sit there all day talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they're following a.
I've never.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a little bit of that. I mean, the internet's negative, and there's a little bit of that in every fandom, but it's nothing to this degree.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about earlier. It's like, you know, if you're like, I've always been a Marvel guy. Like, somebody likes DC, that's cool, but I you know,
And
maybe
people
I'd
will
be like,
fight
well, I
about
don't
that,
like.
but they're not. They won't just hang
But I don't
out on
want
a
to
Marvel
see DC
page.
like, you know, die and
Right.
everybody like, you know, be out of a job that works for DC. Like,
Yeah, that is
I
weird.
just won't read their comics. You know, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Or just
Like, I
hang
don't
out
watch
on a Marvel
baseball,
page.
you know? Yeah.
Right. If you're this DC fan and you hate Marvel, but you just hang out on the DC on a page devoted to Marvel and just like attack everyone, no matter everything they post. It's like, okay, dude, just go about your day.
Like, I love basketball and I don't like baseball, but I don't hope baseball folds. And you know, I just don't watch it. You know, it's like, okay.
Yeah, I don't get it.
No, it's weird. I don't get why. I think a lot of it, especially like the YouTube stuff, it's like they know it gets hit, so it's if you're just on social media and you're not getting anything out of it, like it's just almost like a mental illness or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, because no matter what somebody enjoys, like you just see people coming out of the woodwork and like, you know, you're the biggest pussy that's ever lived if you like Will Ospreay. Like,
that last
what
show when I ended up deleting it because I put the pictures up of when I was at the Boston show, and it kind of went viral because it had like thousands of views or whatever. But I just got so sick of reading the comments. It was like saying I used trick photography, that there was no one actually at the show, and no one chanted for this was Monet's debut, and no one chanted for it. It was quiet. And I'm like, no, I was there. And like, no, you're lying. It's like, why? I mean, I've got no reason to lie about it. So after a while, I was like, I don't even want to see this anymore. And just delete my picture.
Like you went there and like green screen the crowd in.
Yeah, like, I'm not that. I don't really care that much. I just thought it was a fun show. Here I was at the show,
like 5 of the same guy.
That's way more work for me than.
We had just watched it. It was like, okay, so Monet was over.
I was I was taking pictures at the show live.
Yeah, and people are like, "Oh no, they weren't. The crowd was dead." Like, no, you couldn't hear.
I'm here.
Talk.
I was even replying at the show. I'm like, I'm here. Before, no. Like, okay. Just some guy on the internet knows more than someone actually there.
They're all trying to fight for their Cornet retweets.
Yeah,
but
and you could tell when they like use the same the same word, like the same buzzwords over. It's like, dude, we know you're just quoting, Cornet. It's not an original thought,
No.
Yeah.
Patrick Haldo wants to know, does he not exist? But I will say this, Patrick Hal, to my knowledge, you exist. But now that you bring up the question, I don't know. Is Patrick Hal AI?
That would be sweet.
Patrick Hal, Eddie Bud.
I'm going to ask Eddie Bud, is Patrick Hal AI?
He might be. He might be doing intro songs, too.
I want to meet Rachel.
Fart girl. Yeah.
Yeah, fart girl. I want to hear her sweet farts.
Toronto Stevie, what is on your mind?
Oh, well, watched a lot of wrestling. Watched the Blood Money show. And I noticed that Adam Pearce on the Blood Money show made the announcement, official, Clash at the Castle. Exactly what I thought. I think Drew's winning the title there. So, yeah.
I'm a big fan of Drew McIntyre. I think that's one guy they really
like him.
There was a lot
of guy without Vince there's really like.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't have to carry a sword and all this stupid shit.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm kind of looking forward to heel Drew as champion. I mean, it almost seems like a foregone conclusion. He's winning the belt. So, but it's, I enjoyed the AEW show. Adam Copeland, I mean, I popped for the Gangrel return, but Adam Copeland should not be at his age. I remember I asked him about the spear on Jeff Hardy. I said, you know, when he fell and he knocked himself out, it's like even he realized that, well, that probably wasn't a smart thing to do. But it seems like, I don't know. He really needs to stay on his feet. Like, but maybe he just can't. I don't know.
Or not land on his feet when he's going off a cage. Anyway, that was not a healthy thing.
Yeah.
Sid Vicious Part 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could have been.
When I looked at Steve's thing, I saw the tribal chief, and I thought it said the Iron Chef of England. I think it's getting late for me, maybe. Although being the Iron Chef of In Your Head would be pretty cool, I think.
I used to love that show.
Oh, that was the best.
Yeah,
the old Japanese one was the best.
Yes, yeah.
The Americanized one, not as good.
Yeah.
I like when he takes the bite of like the bell pepper.
Oh, he was the best. Yeah. And then I was so disappointed to find out he wasn't really some crazy billionaire that just wanted to eat stuff.
Yeah.
He was a freaking actor. I'm like, oh my God, I've been had.
There's a Morimoto place right next to the TD Garden. And it's I almost went there the other day because I went to and there's a new AMC theater that's connected to the TD Garden, and they show movies in laser. And so I was there. And anyway, there's a Morimoto ramen bowl place there.
Oh, ramen bowl.
Yeah.
Nice.
Probably pricey but yummy. That's what
it's billed as like his more affordable restaurant, but still not super cheap. But the thing is, it's right next to Chinatown, and I know really good ramen places in actual Chinatown, and they're like a fraction of the price, and they're great because it's the real stuff.
Yeah, when you get $4 for like a giant bowl that you couldn't possibly
right, because it's like the sushi places. Like I know there's but like I can get real sushi like made by a guy in right in front of me for a lot cheaper.
Wait, ramen in Chinatown?
Well, Chinatown encompasses. I know it's called China, but encompasses all Asians. There's Malaysian food, there's Japanese food.
I don't like my cultures to be mixing like that, darn it. No.
I mean, I ain't calling it Chinatown like a derogatory term. They have signs everywhere. This is a historic Chinatown of Boston. But Boston is really segregated. Like, so Boston, you've got Chinatown, you got Southie, which is all the Irish. You've got the North End, which is all the Italians, and then you've got like Dorchester, which is all African American people. So they do like keep everyone in their own section.
Yeah, I noticed that about the Northeast. They don't like mix too well up there.
There must be a lot of Indians too at this one theater I go to because they show a ton of Bollywood movies, which I've fallen in love with in the last few years. Yeah. And I'm usually the only white guy in them. But I went in one just for the hell of it one. I'm like, I've never really seen one. And I had such a great time. They're all like incredibly long. They're all like 3-hour movies. And they'll all have like a lot of action and stuff.
You're doing that.
And they all break into song and dance at some point in the movie.
Yeah.
So it's like old Hollywood, like in that way. I don't know. They're very fun, but also a lot of them have a lot of like anti-Muslim humor, and so like that would come up, and I'm watching it, and I'm just like, oh, that's kind of weird, and everybody else in the crowd's like, big laughter, and I'm like, okay, I feel a little strange now.
Like
do you ever see wrestling? You ever see wrestling going in that route one day to try to appeal to India? Like they just break out in the song in the middle of the matches.
That would be sweet. I'd be for that. They have tried to break into India. They had the TNA, or Jared had that group that was in.
What was that?
India.
Ringa King
WWE
or
tried to
something
get
like
in
that?
there.
Yeah.
For some
Ringa
reason, it
King
just
or
never
something.
really. Yeah, Ring. I don't think it
Sorry,
really.
Troy, I
for some
cut you
reason, it
off.
doesn't work. I don't know.
Oh no worries.
Yeah, sorry about that. There's a delay, I think, over here.
Give it up to me, organic.
Sorry about that.
There was this one I watched, and so the movie opens. This guy, he. There's a lot of misogyny in the movies too. But anyway, so the guy comes in and he's like on his motorcycle and he's got the wind's blowing his hair, and he's like slowly taking the sunglasses off. And so he walks in and like his ex-girlfriend's marrying this rich guy, and he just beats the fuck out of everybody. Just starts beating the shit out of the guy she's gonna marry, and all the groomsmen. And then like she's like, oh, I'll go with you. And he's like, no. I just wanted to prove to him that I could take you at any time. And then he just walks away.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Good Lord.
You said like 90% of the problems like always are women and like
exactly
in news, right?
They're
always like
they always like they turn they're like manipulated by the women, and it's like almost all the movies are that way. And so he ends up like kidnapping her. But he's the hero, and he kidnaps this woman, and then she's like, I really just played you. I just wanted to marry the guy with all the money, blah, blah.
That's brave.
So at the end of the movie, he's killing himself. I'm like, what the hell did I just watch? And then it comes up, and it shows the real guy. No, well, they do have a song and dance number earlier in the movie. But then it comes up a picture of the real guy, and they're like, the most romantic man of all time, and it tells the real story that he really he kidnapped this woman, and then he killed himself all out of love. And I'm like, this is supposed to be like a great story. Like you're supposed to be like, hell yeah, this is a great guy. This is very strange.
The sweetest kidnapper that ever lived.
But yeah, it was like the subtitle was like the most romantic man or whatever. And I was just like, okay, I don't know. I enjoyed the movie, but it's very weird. RRR was one of the best. That was so.
Oh, that's a crazy movie. I did watch that on Netflix.
Yeah, it's awesome. That was like one of my favorite movies on the theater that year. It's wild.
Have you seen the Bollywood Freddy Krueger?
I've never seen any of those ones, and I've never seen any of the Bollywood not parodies, but like the ones I've seen have just been new movies.
On YouTube. It's on YouTube. You can see it easily. There's Michael Jackson in it for no reason. Everything.
The RRR, like, and some of them have like a lot of homoeroticism, but not like intentional. But it's like the two heroes are like riding like on horseback together, topless, and like, musical montage.
Of that in
it. And they're like swimming together with
male bonding.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go.
I'm just laughing. When I watch this movie, I'm laughing at stuff that no one else in the theater's laughing at. And then they're dying at all like the humor that I don't understand, or just think it's like,
oh my God.
All right. Well, Jack, I got to run.
All right.
You guys have a great night.
All right,
Y'all enjoy.
I'm out too. Good night.
Good night, Lexar.
See ya.
I've also been to some movies where it's all.
Sorry, go too.
Okay, good night, Steve.
Yeah.
Where I was the only white guy because it was all, and it wasn't it was a black movie, I guess, but it was an all black audience, but me. And the only reason I bring this up is people you see in movies where they say that black people like talk a lot during the movie. It's absolutely true.
But, yeah, I can agree with that. I can totally agree.
It was the area is heavily. There's a lot of black people, and at the one AMC theater I go to, But it's actually a fun audience to watch horror movies with because they're interactive. What the hell? Oh, no way! Or whatever. Oh, hell no! Like when I was watching, like guys like walking on the kind of like Bray Wyatt did, and they're running at like some deformed guy, and someone next to me, oh hell no! But it actually had the experience. It was pretty fun to watch.
Steven, can tell the story where can you tell the story where he went to see Eric on a black cleaner in the beginning, and he knew it was gonna be okay because they do watch the movie and this stuff gonna happen. Seen and they go, oh, that girl ain't never gonna be right now.
Yeah, it's exactly true. It's like I used to watch like movies where they show that, and I was like, oh, this is probably like, like, and you're kind of playing it upward, but no, that's actually how it is. But I'm sure some movies it wouldn't work, but it definitely adds to a horror movie. And comedies too. What was the movie I saw? It was the book of, I forget the name of it, but it was like it was about Jesus and the disciple. It was a comedy version, but it was an all black comedy, and it was about like the 13th. Not the disciples. What are the people with Jesus? The apostles. And it was like the 13th apostle, and he was like, I don't know, Walter or something. The book of, anyway, it was very funny. But again, it was all black audience, but it really added to the experience because they were really laughing. That's
right on, Jack.
I can hang because I know Coast and Jonathan Jackson.
Ooh, I am for real.
I don't know if I said this. I told Jonathan Jackson this when it happened. I was walking in Boston by Dorchester, and there was this older black guy, and he just started talking. I was at the lights, the crosswalk, and he just started talking to me. He's like, "The white people come here, but they don't know how to act in the black neighborhood. You know what I'm saying?" And I'm like, "Hell yeah!" And he's like, "You know what I'm saying?" And he just kept laughing, and he kept saying to me like, not like he thought I was like one of him, I think. And I was like, I don't know
He's
why
probably drunk.
he thinks I am, but I just kept agreeing with him.
He's probably drunk or inebriated or some other substance.
Yeah.
That's where you get the best chicken and waffles too. All right, I don't want to sound racist or something, but I like these areas.
Yes.
Chicken and waffles, I stand by. We used to go to the Hen House, Annabelle and I. It was a chicken and waffle place there since like 1910 or something. It was called the Hen House. And it was another thing. If you get chicken and waffles at like in like the white areas, it's like $30. Like what the hell? But if you get it like in this was like $10 because it shouldn't be expensive food. It's a friggin' waffle and some chicken.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was great, but unfortunately, it closed during the pandemic.
That darn pandemic.
The chickens weren't licking, but the waffles are awful.
The chicken waffle.
I get it.
Good stuff. And then, like, I'm sure it's terrible for you because it's like a big ass waffle, fried chicken. Then they put butter on it and syrup.
Oh,
syrup. Hell yeah.
But it's awesome. It's really good. I have to admit.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I kind of want like one of those school waffles, like the big, huge rectangle ones that are like rubber.
Yeah, this was
those are good.
Belgian waffle. You could get it like bone-in chicken, but I always would get the chicken tenders because I'd want to cut it up.
I like the bones in the waffle.
Yeah, you don't want bone-in chicken on top of the waffle because then you just eat the chicken. I want to eat it all together, put the butter and everything on top of it, and just eat it all up. You know?
Right.
I worked at this chicken place, and like I got
barbecue sauce too, which sounds weird, but it actually all of it goes together. You just pour everything on it, and it works. What were you saying? Sorry.
That would sound good. No, but I worked at a chicken place, and I got so good at like deboning chicken breasts, like fried chicken breasts. I just like yank the bones out and eat it like an apple. It was awesome.
Wait, like a chicken, like Purdue or something? You worked for something like that, or?
No, I worked at it was like called Pizza Ranch, but they had fried chicken
hell
there
yeah.
too. And so
They
like,
walk by and be like,
no, I just grab like 4 or 5 chicken breasts in my hands and then just take the bones out with like one motion and then just of one chicken breast and then just like eat it. So they wouldn't catch me eating all the chicken, but I didn't care. They didn't pay me enough, so I got fat off of chicken.
You took your paying chicken, nice.
I was like having like mini heart attacks from all the grease. It was good.
But it's the grease that makes it good.
Yeah.
I boil my chicken though. I boil chicken. I don't fry it. Yeah, I don't fry it. I was like,
you should
kids,
bake it.
Yeah, I'll do that too.
Yeah, bake it's a lot better. Boiled chicken, that don't sound very appetizing.
No one.
I know people who do
fry
that.
my chicken anymore either, but I used to eat a lot of rotisserie chicken or baked chicken would be good. Grilled chicken.
I know people who boil it just like to get the chicken.
Yeah. You just got to add something in post. But yeah, they're boiling. Like no, everyone I tell that to is like, ew. But I'm like, no, just try it.
I know like older ladies who like they'll buy like a chicken a piece and then they'll boil like 10 chickens all at once. So like
nice.
In like big huge boiler things. So like they'll only have like to clean it up once.
Yeah.
But like boil it's kind of disgusting.
Yeah,
if you think about it, but
because you'll get all that like that white chicken slime at the top of the water that'll kind of form, and yeah,
they give me that in a bowl. I just like munch on it.
I like you.
I just throw that stuff out.
It's like that sea foam stuff.
Yeah,
you like dunk your head out and breathe that in. That's pretty bad. Or like come up in an oil slick. That's pretty bad.
That's like that slime that they use to pack the meat at Subway in, but another level. That nasty gelatin. Yeah, weird.
Like a canned ham kind of deal.
But worse.
We can make a movie where the pig slime comes to life.
Now, this won't be the greatest photo, but this was at the hen house.
Nice.
Before I put the the syrup but like they get a great big thing of butter, and you can get different kinds. I think this was like a cinnamon butter.
It looks cinnamon buttery.
Yeah, and of course, I'm sorry, Coach, but of course I would order a grape soda when you're getting the chicken and waffle.
Oh wow, Jack, you're blacker than me, dude. You're getting grape sodas and fried chicken. Wow, man, like here's my card.
It all just leads to diabetes, so just like moderation.
All roads lead to
I don't
diabetes.
know why, but Annabelle and I were wearing like poop heads.
Well, grape soda too much.
Not really sure why, but yeah, there's the hen house. You can see it behind us. It was called Wings and Waffles.
Oh,
I think originally it was just chicken wings and waffles, and they.
Was that photoshopped?
No.
Did you? Oh, that's a nice
no,
picture.
we wore those. We wore those. I'm not sure why, but we were wearing poop hats, and I was probably drunk because that was back when I drank a lot. So I don't know.
Mylan's poop is not as friendly as you think it would be.
The what?
Mylan's poop is not as friendly as you think it would be.
I do think it's weird that poop has become cute.
Yeah, I know.
Like an emoji, yeah.
We suffer from low self-esteem as a culture.
That would explain it.
Yeah, it's like yeah, we're shit. We just admit it now. It's like, yeah, we're total shit. That's clean.
Oh man.
Here it is with the butter and syrup on. Man, I've been eating chicken waffles for years. That's not really in my diet anymore, but I kind of want some right now.
I bought an 8-piece fried chicken today from a store. That was good.
I want some pork chops.
And that was shares.
I bought like a 8-pack of pork chops and cooked them all like 2 days ago and ate them all over 2 days. But
Coast marinated some boneless, skinless chicken breast in some water, and then he boiled it.
Yeah, that's how I roll. Yep.
Gotta put some like pepper in the water to like get it some flavor in there.
Don't go crazy, man.
It's like let the pepper soak in the water a little bit.
Hey, that's a good idea. I might have to do that.
Yeah, it's like a 1/4 tablespoon. No, you could flavor the water. That would be like good. Like then your chicken would taste like whatever you put in there.
Well, walk under the pot of boiling water and see what jumps in. Whatever you get, you get. Like 5, 3.
So this was at a place called the Truck Stop, and it was pretty insane. So it was a lot more than the Hen House.
Oh wow!
So yeah, you get like, in case that's not enough for you, the waffles and the fried chicken, you got some toast and eggs and hash browns and bacon.
Oh man, my LDL and triglycerides are going up just looking at it.
Never got off the toilet.
Yeah, that stuff just slides right through you, kind of. Like the hash browns get like straight line.
That's if you can stay awake after a meal.
We can have a little fun. Or stall number 5.
Yeah.
Usually you get like a bowl of gravy next to it, just so you could dump it all over everything.
Oh, gravy dump.
That's Iowa style. And Mississippi style. Yeah, man gravy.
Oh, bowl of gravy wherever it is. It's like, oh boy, bowl of gravy. Good name for a restaurant. A bowl of gravy.
I like it.
Yeah. I've eaten bowls of gravy before.
With
little chunks of meat in it, but
you walk in there, whatever you get a bowl of gravy with it.
That's like Popeyes with the little chunks in it, the lumpy gravy.
Yeah.
I noticed Popeyes doesn't serve any spinach. They're missing an opportunity.
That is weird. That is weird.
You should at least have a spinach salad.
I think the only thing plant they got in there is greens. That's they're like, you want vegetables? This is Popeyes, fool.
Yeah, and they're like the saltiest freaking. They're salty.
Oh,
they're good
definitely.
Though. For green, I like greens. I grew up in Mississippi, but but Popeyes are like, it's salt, but it's good.
That count for anything?
This was at a place called the Hash House. I used to get chicken waffles wherever, and this was insane. This was like,
damn.
This was like,
and I feel like I've been at that Hash House
in my head.
They look like egg rolls.
They went vertical with it.
Exactly.
Wait, what's that stuff on the top? Like chicken?
It was chicken, and I think it has like it had actual like herbs.
Herbs, nice.
Yeah,
I think
they did.
So you just had to pull it apart and like sprinkle it on, kind of.
Yeah, I think they put herbs on everything. Hash House a Go-Go is called.
That's awesome.
Oh man.
Subtitle: Kill it before it kills you.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Smoke a whole bunch of hash and go eat there. Hell yeah!
When I was eating healthier, so I still went there once. Hold on a sec.
Actually, I do miss your cooking shows. You had the like tacos, but
some people bring that up. I thought about doing them again and doing like healthier ones, but then I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't see that.
You had to like tacos, but there was bacon instead of like taco shells. Yeah, I
So
was
this
like,
was me trying to eat healthier at the Hash House a Go-Go. I got like the chicken hash, which actually was good.
Oh, that looks good. In a big skillet.
Yeah, it comes in a giant skillet.
That's cool.
And it had like I think it was thyme. It was either thyme or rosemary. I think they put that was like their
Mr. Sage.
It might have been sage.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
He ran off with the parsley. We got a thing
Anyway,
going on.
chicken and waffles. I might go get some one of these days.
Some biscuits and gravy.
Oh, biscuits and gravy. Oh, made me a man. Oh, biscuits and gravy. Oh, made me all that I am. Ain't no ham and egg, something you always been. Might be the greatest wrestling theme of all time.
I grew up around people like that. Like Festus.
Like Festus
and Jesse. Kinda.
They use biscuits to prove their manhood.
Go get a switch. Festus, go get your switch. That switch isn't big enough. Go get a bigger switch, Festus. They're like, there.
Pepe says he likes frying chicken breast coated in pancake mix. That sounds interesting.
Oh, I might have to try that.
All right, now we're gonna get Coast eating bad. You gotta stick with your boiled chicken.
Yeah, that sounds a lot healthier.
Well, as long as I got that treadmill and that exercise bike, I should be all right.
You can make it. I don't want to attack your boiled chicken, but I'm just saying you can make healthy chicken and do it something better than just friggin' boiling it. But I don't know if you like it. That's all that matters.
You could sous vide, get a sous vide machine. Do that.
You said sous vide machine?
It's like boiling it, except for you put it in a bag first. And you can put like stuff in the bag, and it'll
that's
like
actually how
suck
I
it into it and cook it.
Almost actually how I make. Well, I don't anymore, but I used to. How I used to do omelets, because I would put egg whites and then like spinach and tomatoes and I don't know what else. But anyway, you'd put it, and I'd put it in a Ziploc plastic bag, and you'd boil the whole thing, because then you didn't have to use any grease, any oils, any butters. And it sounds crazy, but it would get real fluffy in the bag. Then you just dump it out. It would take a little while, like 15 minutes, but it actually tasted really good. And you didn't have to add any oils.
Oh, nice.
So I recommend it.
You said blanching, Pepe.
Landstorm loves boiled chicken.
Oh, then that means I gotta stop because yeah.
Canadian.
Yeah.
I wrestled a lot in like high school and stuff, and before, and boiled chicken was like all you ate, and like raw pasta.
Myself, but,
so I like cannot eat boiled chicken. I have to put salt on it at least. But back then,
well, that's the thing. I try to give advice to some people online where I see like they're trying to eat healthy. Not that I'm the healthiest guy in the world, but I did lose half my body weight. So and I'll see them. They'll eat like a plate of just like boiled vegetables and like a piece of boiled chicken, and I could tell it's not seasoned all. And I tell them like seasoning isn't going to add like calories. Like you could add some flavor to this stuff, and then you'll stick to it better too if like you actually like the food. And then they just get mad. I'm like, oh, whatever you want to do, I don't care. But
I like buy seasonings like once a month, like a new one.
Honestly, even chicken, just the boiled chicken breast, if you have something with it, like either something. You try not to eat too many sauces, because that actually is a lot of hidden calories. But I mean,
there's sugar and salt.
There's a seasoning box you can get from Amazon. You get like about like 100 something seasonings. Hold on, I'll find it.
Dang.
Yeah, let's see.
I used to grow a lot of my
36.
herbs, but they're hard to keep here because it gets really cold in the winter and they die. But and then that's when Intra used to call me the mint farmer because he thought it was crazy that someone actually grew their own mint.
Hey, I can do that.
Yeah, mint, rosemary, oregano, basil. Those are my favorites. Favorite memories of Mark Henry and AEW, as he said he's leaving. One of the most useless signings in the history of the company. Him and Big Show. Look, are there worse people that's come in and out of the company? Yes. Are there more useless people? Yes. But are there anyone that's that useless and paid that much as Mark Henry and Big Show? No.
It's probably like the trombone of the wrestling company. You just there's no other thing for them, so you just give them the trombone to beat.
Man,
I mean, I would say Mark Henry's is less useless than Big Show.
Yeah,
he hasn't compromised himself so many times. Like,
I mean, Big Show you didn't even see. At least Mark Henry, we'd say time for main event. But come on, would you re-sign the guy for I don't know $1 million to say that on Rampage or so that no one watches? No.
Oh, no, definitely. Who knows? Maybe he'll jump over to NXT. That seems to be picking up over there.
Yeah. Bring him in. What would I was gonna say train guys, but I mean he stinks. But maybe he could train people how to have a job in wrestling for decades without ever doing anything.
Yeah, it'd be huge and annoying and fat.
That'd be really big. Very
yeah,
strong.
That's his thing, and look like he has to take a crap all the time.
Yeah, Virgil had that title for a while, but
I
gotta pass that.
I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but think about this: Virgil's his whole career was based around naming him off of other people as a rib. That was the man's whole career.
Yeah. And also Billy needs to stand.
He's a good guy, I'm sure. He was. And having a big penis. I guess I would rather be. Wouldn't you rather be known as the guy with the really giant penis than the guy that people named you after as a rib on those other people?
Were you the one that wanted the drop kick, or was that was Incher? He ran up one of the. Yeah, he's a drop.
He was always nice to me, but he would never do interviews. I was like, can do a couple minutes, couple dollars. It's like this guy over here, he offered me $10,000 for 10 minutes. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure.
No, he didn't.
There's not a single person in line for your autograph for $10, but someone offered you $10,000 for a 10-minute interview.
I paid him like $40 for a Polaroid.
You should have saved up.
It was
you could have done
cool.
an interview.
Yeah. I was at a comic book convention. I had to buy t-shirts and stuff.
Or you could just do another one of those crazy interviews they had, like when they put Honky Tonk Man and New Jack and Iron Sheik all in one shoot.
Sleeping.
Yeah, that one was crazy.
I've interviewed all three of those people.
At the same time, though?
No.
Yeah, that was crazy.
So, next week, Chubby Dudley will be live on the show Tuesday. Return of Inchman.
Hell yeah.
I have a doctor's appointment at 8 a.m. Wednesday, so I don't know if I'm going to postpone that interview or we'll do the show. But I cannot do till a 3 a.m. show because I have to be. It's just a checkup, but
getting your blood work done.
Yeah, it's no big deal. It's just
I
just have to be there.
Well, it's not good to be all tired and out of whack when you're getting like an annual checkup or something.
I don't need to go to bed like super early, but I definitely can't be up till like 3 or something like some nights. So,
do you have to fast?
Yeah.
Oh, and you have to fast? Yeah, you want to get to sleep.
Yeah. Oh, but I'm doing the blood work Friday, but then I go in Tuesday or Wednesday just to to get the results, I guess. So.
We just don't take.
I don't have to fast Tuesday night. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Maybe
I might just put I might see if Chubby doesn't mind doing the week after, because then we can stay up late and everything.
Maybe just don't do questions. That way you don't have to spend 2 hours listening to
we could just do the interview.
Yeah,
Yeah, we might do that. Then try to end about
Lexar
midnight.
ask about fucking your favorite cabbage or something.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I was going to ask that.
We'll do questions a week after, and next week we can have Chubby on because I already have him set up, so that'll be fun. And we'll try to finish the show by midnight or so. All right. I'm looking for that'll be fun. Chubby Dudley. I'll try to set up some more interviews. I met him at a convention. He was really cool. 3 title matches set for TNA Against All Odds 2024. Scheduled as the main event for the TNA World Championship is Moose defending against Broken Matt Hardy.
Oh my God.
Come on, Moose.
Yeah.
That could have happened like a long time ago too.
Broken Matt Hardy. Delete. Also announced for the show next month is Mustafa Ali versus Trent Seven. Trent Seven? What year is this? For the TNA X Division Championship.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He is in TNA. Forgot.
Didn't he wrestle like, I don't know. I thought that name was big like a long time ago, or am I thinking of someone else?
I think he was the leader of that like WWE Antifa thing. What was it called? Retribution.
I know Mustafa Ali. I met Trent Seven. I thought he was like a big indie guy, like way back in the day.
Oh yeah.
He has a big, huge beard.
I might be thinking of someone else.
And he's kind of like has a gut, but he's big.
I was thinking of a smaller guy.
You're thinking of Trent 6 or Trent 5.
They're like the Vianos of the indie. The American Vianos.
They just all come off. One's his leg, one's his arm, like a big robot guy.
Oh, that's coming. Foreign Voltron in the ring.
That's what I was gonna say. That's a good gimmick. They should do that. They should have like 5 midgets you all form together
to make one guy. That'd be awesome.
Or do a so-far tie and one of the yellow Mega Man.
And Vince McMahon's totally farming these ideas from in your head.
Trent
like,
Acid. Josh is right. I was thinking of Trent Acid. I think he passed away though.
Yeah, he did.
All right, yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Brian Myers and Eddie Edwards versus Nick Nemeth and Ryan Nemeth for the TNA World Tag Title Champions. Are you intrigued?
No.
I mean, honestly, no. But I'm sure it'll probably be a good show.
But I'm not sure why I'd be intrigued. Interested, maybe.
Man, Andrew was right. The Nemeth brothers are together, but not in anywhere anyone watches.
He'd probably be better off in MLW, excuse me.
Did Dolph leave at the wrong time? You think if he would have stayed around without Vince there, they might have used him?
Probably.
Yeah, I think so. Because I think Shawn Michaels always liked them. I don't know about Triple H.
He's the only guy that can win the belt like 5 times and then never be used.
Yeah, from what he told the story where he said that like Pat Patterson always really wanted to push him. It was like as a rib, like the other, like I guess Vincent and Bruce would always like book him to lose to like rib Patterson, and it's like so the guy's like career was ruined just so they could rib Pat Patterson. Like, wouldn't you just feel awful?
Funny. Oh, we destroyed a guy's life.
And people actually wanted to work there. Wow.
WWE SummerSlam. Oh no. 2-night PLE set for the US Bank Stadium in 2020. That's years from now. I'm not a big. I get. Yeah, this year's WrestleMania, I thought the 2 nights worked. Normally, I don't know, but if you're gonna do 2 nights, I think you should stick to just WrestleMania. I think if you're starting to branch out 2 nights for other pay-per-views, it's getting a little too much.
Yeah.
Do I need 2 nights of SummerSlam? I don't think so. And then if you have 2 nights of SummerSlam, then it's going to eventually be 3 nights for WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Oh.
WrestleMania week.
That's
It'll
like
be like
election
Super
week.
Bowl.
7 nights of WrestleMania. And you have to buy like each ticket. Like it's like $1,000 ticket each day.
It only ends so that the next one can start.
Yeah, you just camp out.
There'll be like a fairway with like carnival rides and shit.
Or Burning Man.
Yeah,
Well,
Bonnaroo. Hell yeah. A whole bunch of hippie girls.
At least the towns would make money that the event was hosted in. All those hotels and all that food and yeah.
Oh, you like wrestling? Well, you live here. Oh.
Bleacher Report ranked the top 40 greatest AEW wrestlers. Dustin Rhodes, Saraya, Santina and Ortiz, Ruby Soho, House of Black. Should I just give the top 10? Let's see.
Yeah.
I don't think this is in the right order, so I can't really go by this because he says Danielson should, or he said Danielson should be number. Okay, so he's not 3, 7, 8. So I guess the top 10 are Britt Baker, Hangman Adam Page, Chris Jericho, Bryan Danielson, the Young Bucks, MJF, Kenny Omega, John Moxley. That seems pretty good.
Would rather go to the Gathering than the WrestleMania any day.
Hell yeah. You're going to be going to WrestleMania Japan. 7 nights of WrestleMania at the Tokyo Dome.
I wish. Not.
That'd be sweet.
What if they did, WrestleMania 2 when they did it all, at 5 different places? What if they did a WrestleMania in like 7 continents?
Oh.
They won like in Antarctica.
Yeah, like on the edge of a cliff, like Street Fighter kind of, like all the stages and stuff, like elephants.
That actually would be a little interesting.
I think it would be cool. Maybe not Antarctica, but I mean, like if you had one, like you have one in Australia and Africa.
Let go of my mitten. Like, sorry.
They'd totally do it in Antarctica.
Who would main event WrestleMania in Antarctica?
You
got to bring back the Yeti.
The Yeti, yeah.
Yeah, we got to bring back Glacier.
Willy.
Yeah, I was thinking Glacier.
Team Antarctica, it's Glacier and the Yeti. That'd be awesome.
Put John Nord in there,
I'm all for this now. I'm totally sold. I'd buy that. Why wasn't that ever a team, the Yeti and Glacier? That'd be great.
Have one in Africa. Bring Colonel De Beers back.
Yeah.
They tried and they're like, these two guys.
Yeah.
Colonel De Beers, he's got a woman with her feet up there to distract Saba Simba. Like,
now don't you be oppressing me now, Colonel. Don't you be doing it.
Oh my God.
Don't you be stepping on my head, Colonel. I hate that. I can't stand that guy. I'm sorry.
Nah, he's terrible.
Don't throw all my chicken on my wings, I tell you.
He's setting his people back like 100 years.
Yeah, he come out with that grass skirt on.
And he didn't give a shit.
Well, clearly not. Look at him now. Look at his Twitter. He's like,
I haven't seen that.
I mean, that was one step away from having like Colonel Robert Parker just come out and whipping them to the ring, like just get on out there.
He's just
thank you, man.
He's just a guy who likes getting paid. Like that's about all he is, basically.
No, on Twitter, he's like not paying. He's like paying, I think, to like clean white women's shoes with his tongue.
Oh, I was talking about him and Vince, but yeah, I guess now, yeah, white women. Okay,
I'll pay top dollar for this and that. I'll tell you.
It does make me wonder because he was a guy that Vince brought back multiple times over the decades, and now knowing what we know about Vince, and do you think like he just brought him? Part of the deal was like he liked seeing Tony doing some weird ass shit.
Well, he had SD Jones kick him out of the house, because he was homeless, and SD Jones was putting him up, and Vince was like, "Hey, you go ahead and kick him out of the house. You can't have him there." So I think he's
just a cruel person.
Yeah, he just kind of liked to make Tony suffer, I guess.
I think he liked to make it. He did that with a lot of. He liked to see people suffer in general.
Pull out one of his like, dude.
But Tony has been around since the 70s with Vince. Like, well, at least WWF and so WF. It's crazy.
Will Ospreay said if there's a way that AEW could hire Scott D'Amore in any type of fashion, have that guy run Ring of Honor or something. Yeah, I 100% agree. 100% agree. He did the impossible. He got a buzz again for TNA. I think, bring him in, run Ring of Honor. That's great. Bring him in to help run AEW. Give him Collision.
Yeah.
Or bring him in and say, this is, my right-hand man. I get Tony owns the company, and people think, oh, you got to get rid of Tony Khan. Well, if you can't get rid of the guy who owns a company, then there would be no company. But he could have someone else there to help him. You actually run the show. You creative.
Then if he fails, you could fire that guy.
Yeah, well, of course. That's how it works.
Well, I'm banking on the Go-Go 13 theory that Tony just might be one day like, screw this. I'm just going to sell it to somebody or turn it over to someone.
If I was reading the
Ted
internet,
Turner, are you saying?
Yeah. If they were back to the monopoly.
That's what some fans are really dying to see for some reason. But the thing is, anytime the wrestling is owned by like a corporation, it's bad because then at any time if things start to go bad, they could just like, oh, this is whatever. We don't care about this anymore. But if it's owned by like someone who loves wrestling or it's like the family business, most likely even if bad times or whatever, it's probably going to keep going.
Yeah. WWE is going to get way, way more corporate now.
Oh, like, yeah. 100%.
Way more corporate.
And probably not like any time in the next, decade or whatever. But there could come a time when things start to, not be successful where it could be just like whoever owns it. Like, I'm not saying maybe it won't ever happen, but if things went down like they did in the 90s before the boom period, like in 94 or whatever, if someone else owned it, they probably would have been just like, let's, that this has run its course. We'll get rid of it with, before it boomed again. So if the WWE is huge right now, and there's so much there, like the money it's making from rights, TV ads, all that stuff's looking like it's probably going to diminish quite a bit all around, not just WWE, but sports scene and major sports and stuff. So in 10 years or whatever, if things are like different and maybe the popularity's wane, eventually I could see someone, whoever owns it, just be like, this isn't worth it anymore. We'll just, that's the end.
Yeah. And it'll be such a brand, probably by just a brand like cornflakes.
It's really different than someone else owns it who has no personal connection to it.
Yeah.
They just see it as money. as opposed to someone like, this is my life's business. This is my dad's
Yeah.
business. This is his dad's business.
Or it'll be like NASCAR, you know.
Or roller
something.
derby.
Hopefully not like roller derby. Roller derby's cool. I like it. Like it should be more like roller derby.
Oh, is roller derby still around?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that went the way of the monster trucks.
I mean, well, both exist, but like it's not like what it was.
Yeah,
Like
I went
in
to a
Minneapolis,
monster truck rally when I was a kid. It was really boring.
They have roller derby in Minneapolis, like when I lived there, at least.
Yeah, they have it somewhere in New England. It was not like it wasn't like it was back in the 70s when it was on TV, but like it had like has like a cult following, and like I think it's more like a live event. It's not like a TV or anything.
I've met
I think
like
it's
some
real
roller derby
now.
girls.
It's not. I don't think it's like fake. I think they actually play roller derby.
No, they like are hardcore girls. Like,
but I mean, the roller derby used to be on TV. Was like wrestling. It was fixed.
Oh, I didn't really watch it. That was before I was, my time.
Sources have confirmed to bodyslam.net that AEW star Jake Hager's contract has expired.
Uh-oh. Here comes the bidding war 2024.
Flying fuck.
I wonder what happens to his hat.
That was probably the best thing he's done, and it was mildly amusing.
Selling at high spots.
I mean, he's barely ever there to begin with.
I need to get a Jake Hager hat.
During his live recording at the Orange Show, Arn Anderson announced that he'll be leaving AEW. I thought he had already.
Him too? Oh man, all the vets are going away, huh?
He is grateful for Tony Khan and his kindness. Huh? I actually thought he had already left, actually, but
isn't his son in NWA now or something?
I saw he's doing a lot of indies, and it's really cool. I saw he was teaming with C.W. Anderson.
Yeah, so now
I like that. So I wish him well. I think that's a good sign. Some guys will, get fired or whatever, and then you never see him again, which is clear to me. It's like they don't really care about wrestling. They want to just be a star. But if this guy's let go and he's working indies, to me at least shows like this is something he wants to do. So he could get out. He was put on TV with no real training or seasoning. So he was put in a bad position. But if he's on the indies and improves, he gets some seasoning, then maybe he could, come back somewhere down the road, WWE or AEW or something. Or maybe he could just make a name for himself on the indies. I don't know. I'd like to see him do well. I think him and CW coming in for a run would be fun. I always like CW Anderson.
Yep. Yeah, he's ECW, old ECW, right?
Yeah, one of our original guests.
Oh, okay.
I think he was our first wrestling guest.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that. Well,
We had before him, I think Alvarez and the guy from WrestleCrap. But I think C.W. Anderson was the first wrestling guest.
That's Kennedy, right?
No.
C.W. Anderson.
Yeah, he was.
That's Ken Anderson. That's fucking Ken.
Ken Anderson. Oh, C.W. Okay, I got you. I know who that is. He's cool. I like him.
Let me find it here. I know I posted. It's on. Oh no, Alvarez was after. It was actually just our first guest, our totally first guest. So it's on the. If you're a member of the group, you should be able to listen to it. A member of the Headyverse. So yeah, episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, episode 4, episode 5 was our first guest, and it was C.W. Anderson. And then it was Reynolds after that.
Yeah, I remember showing up about a year after. I think I came in around that time.
And then J.J. Dillon with the 9th. Yes, wow. I mean, the Laney Toffo, then. I didn't realize Laney was on so early.
Jim Ross has a new book out.
Yeah, and I saw there's an audio version coming out, which I'm interested in. I actually talked to him about coming on a couple of years ago, and he was into it, but we couldn't get it scheduled. Maybe he'd come on to talk about the book.
Probably.
FTR celebrating 4 years in AEW, one of my favorite tag teams. What's your favorite memories of them in AEW? Lots of really great matches. I mean, a lot of stuff. All their stuff with the Young Bucks have been great. They had some really great matches on Collision with like Bullet Club Gold. Also, there was Ring of Honor, but their stuff with the what do you call the brothers? What are the brothers? The one passed
Briscoe
away.
Brothers.
Briscoes.
Briscoe
Yeah,
Brothers.
that stuff was amazing.
Oh yeah.
The rumors are true. TNA's YouTube Ultimate Insiders $4.99 a month plan will be sunset on June 1st. The 99-month plan will remain available.
99 months?
99 cents a month.
Oh, okay. I was like, what?
You can watch one match a day.
So
that's 99 cents a month.
They're getting rid of the $5 one.
I don't know.
Only keeping the $1 one. That seems weird unless no one's buying it.
No one's buying it at all.
25 years ago today on Thunder was the debut of Tank Abbott. Are you a fan?
I like when he danced with 3 count.
Oh, that was terrible.
That's my favorite Tank Abbott moments.
He always seemed like a total asshole, and like when I used to watch a lot of MMA. I liked it when it was like the Wild West days of MMA, when it was like a sumo guy against a boxer or whatever, and then later on it became people just trained for MMA. It became like its own fight style. But anyway, he always seemed like a real asshole in those old shows.
He was one of those.
And he pulled out a knife on Nitro or the pay-per-view once. I didn't understand that. Like put it up his neck.
I think Big Al, but it wasn't the guy we know as Big Al.
Oh, okay. Was it? It was
Big Al.
Big Al. I don't remember. Let's see. This year in 1996, Scott Hall made his WCW return on Nitro from the Macon Centerplex Coliseum in Macon, Georgia. Was this when he was in the crowd? This was friggin'
96.
Before they started the NWO, like the start of it. That was fucking tremendous. I was watching it live, and I think it was like Mike Enos, or was it Wayne Bloom? One of them was wrestling somebody, and Scott Hall was just in the friggin' front row. That was awesome. That was the start of a great, several years of wrestling. It was fantastic stuff. On this day in 2008, Ted DiBiase Jr. made his WWE debut on Raw from the Pepsi Center. Any memories? Now, you can go back and listen. Don't just take my word for it. I thought he stunk. I thought he was really hyped up as going to be the star of that team. And I said back in 2008, I was like, no, this guy, yeah, he might look better or whatever. But Cody Rhodes is the star of this group. Legacy. And Barbie would argue with me. Barbie thought Ted DiBiase Jr. was going to be the big star, and Intra thought Manu was going to be the big star of the group.
Oh, he's the big star in our hearts.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. I never saw anything at all in Ted DiBiase Jr. On this day in 2009, Beer Money, Inc. defeated the British Invasion at Sacrifice from the Impact Zone in Orlando. Any memories?
Nope.
British Invasion.
What was Beer Money, Inc.? Was that different than Beer Money?
Nope. It just
I think Beer Money Inc. was when Robert Roode had that windfall. He got rich or something.
Oh. I got the beer, and he loved the money.
Yeah.
Inter and
that
I
was.
are going to be coffee and pinball. He loves the coffee, and he plays the pinball. Tony Khan on the topic of AEW's decline in live attendance and the online negative surrounding it. That's another thing too. Like, anyone will post like, "Hey, I'm at this show. I'm having a good time." People, no one's there. I see these. It's like hardly anyone even says like, "Is this a good show or a bad show?" They're just like completely obsessed with attendance, and I don't understand, if you're a wrestling fan, why you'd be so obsessed about that.
Because it's a Cornette thing. You know, they always do the whole crowd attendance. Well, not crowd, but the ratings, the whole key demo thing and stuff.
Yeah. What's funny about that, though, Coast, is a few years ago, when AEW was actually winning in the key demo, or was like right under WWE, they had that's when like Jericho was the demo god and all that stuff.
Yeah,
they were killing it in the 18 to 49 or whatever, 18 to 35 demo, whatever it was. And I remember, Meltzer talked about, then the other people like, this is pointless. Who cares about that? You want the whole blah, blah, blah. Then when things started to go the opposite, then the people, Meltzer still talks about it a lot. I'll give him credit. He does not, he'll say AEW's really hurting in the key demo now, and WWE's really, gone way above. But the people who were saying before that it didn't matter, now all of a sudden it really matters. So that's when you see like, oh, there's a clear bias here. When they're doing great in the key demos don't matter. When they're doing bad in the key demos, that's all that matters. So
yeah, double standards, double.
We're actually having a lot. This is Tony Khan. We're actually having a lot of success with a lot of live events, and it's just the nature of online discourse. But I think people will always push a negative story further than a positive story. We've pulled some of the biggest gates in the history of pro wrestling in the past year, set attendance record in many cities. But I think the nature of being AEW and the nature of online discourse and all these things coming together, there's always going to be people trying to chase you down and talk about the cons instead of the pros. I mean, it's true. And they have some of the attendance isn't good, but I do think that's true as well. I mean, you don't have to be a genius. You can just go online and look at one picture on Facebook or whatever and look at the comments. The Rock's head writer, Brian Gerwitz, states that in full transparency, he thought the idea of Cody Rhodes winning the Royal Rumble this year was problematic. Why? Like, honestly, look, I've said, all this stuff about Cody leaving AEW, whatever, but I'll never deny he's a great wrestler and he's super over, and that was a great storyline. And that would have been crazy if you would have had The Rock win the title instead.
Yeah, it would have sucked.
Storylines for Cody. Well, what The Rock would? He would have won the title, and then he'd be gone till next WrestleMania?
Be worse than Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
And that was bad.
He wins it at WrestleMania in 2024 and then defends it at WrestleMania 2025.
Yeah.
That would be really great stuff. Jim Ross states that AEW's challenge right now is creating new stars. Somebody on that brand has got to get hot, and it's got to be, I think they need now somebody to get hot. What are your thoughts? The thing is, like, Swerve really did get hot. Now he's champ. Will Ospreay is like probably the most over guy in the show. Now they've got MJF back. So they do have some people right now. I think the bigger thing is not really getting hot, is having compelling storylines week to week that follow through. I think you have a lot of really hot talent, but you got to keep them in feuds and storylines that you want to keep seeing and see how they progress.
Yeah, like the best friends, or no, like the Alex or the.
I mean,
Cole,
you got to get Will Ospreay, Adam Cole,
MJF thing.
Yeah,
Adam Cole.
MJF and Adam Cole.
Yeah,
that was really great when they were doing stuff like that. Was
they
awesome.
can do it. It's so like they just need to do it.
Will Ospreay's like super over now, but like the storyline of him being in Don Callis, I mean, who cares? He's not going to join that. But he just having a good feud with somebody. Just it doesn't have to be. I don't need my wrestling storylines to be like super convoluted. They can be just who wants to win belts and stuff. I like that kind of stuff. But it has to be, ongoing. It can't be like 1 week he's feuding with this guy, next week he's wrestling, just some guy who's, has no chance of winning. Jim Ross states at AEW, we said that one. Andrade hasn't wrestled in TV in over a month. Look, he's just the guy who's never going to make it, I think. He was in WWE, didn't do anything. Was Matty wasn't used well, went to AEW, didn't do anything. Got mad he wasn't, used well. Now he's back in WWE and he's not doing anything.
The image of him that I have in my head is him wearing a white suit. I've never seen him without a suit on.
He has he comes out and he has a great look. And he's a good wrestler, I'll give him that. But I just don't think he connects to the audience. Like, he's not bad. I'm not saying he's bad at all, but I don't think he's ever going to be like a top guy or anything. They tried in AEW, just never really caught on. His best run was when he was with Selena Vega in NXT. I think they were much better together than either of them are apart. She's not a good wrestler. She's a really good manager, though. Fightful Select has learned that the primary reason for the Adam Cole integration into the MJF promo was because Cole isn't near in-ring return or a blow-off to their split. AEW wanted to address it and put a bow on that for the time being. That works for me. I like that he kicked him in the nuts. Indiana Jones, The Last Crusade, was released 35 years ago today. Damn. My favorite... Oh, come on, Nikhil. My favorite one is Temple of Doom.
Wow.
Nikhil.
And I used to be scared of the Indian guy. The guy rips the heart out. I'll say it's better than the Crystal Skull. I'll give you that, I guess. Any memories of watching these films in the cinema? Yeah, I saw them all in the cinema. Well, actually, the first one I saw in the drive-in, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. I mean, Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark was called originally. Yeah, Raiders of the Lost Ark and Last Crusade, I think, are the two best. But Raiders of the Lost Ark's the best. I mean, it's great. A great opening weekend of ticket sales for SummerSlam or Slammiversary, and a 4,000-seat arena in Montreal. Best-selling show for more than 10 years. Oh, that's cool.
Good for
thank
Canada.
you and happy Memorial Day. Well, thank you, Nikhil.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I was unfriended by. Well, I get unfriended.
Oh, no.
But I was unfriended by what I noticed was it was two people who I've known for a long time. One of them is a filmmaker I know, and the other one is a guy I've known for, I don't know, maybe 15 years. He's been on this show multiple times. He used to do a podcast on the Without Your Head page. Anyway, and I've done interviews for him. Anyway, so I asked both people because it was kind of odd. Normally I wouldn't ask, but I knew both of them. And they both said the reason was because I wore red, white, and blue American flag stuff on Memorial Day, and they found that offensive.
Huh?
What?
Like, what the fuck? Like,
Huh?
okay, the one guy's American, the other guy's Canadian, but still, like, okay.
I don't know.
I'm actually a really progressive guy, liberal guy, but when you start that kind of stuff is when you lose me. That being a liberal, whatever, doesn't mean you hate the country. In fact, that feeds into people say all liberals hate America, whatever. Well, if you say you're like this guy, that's offensive. He's wearing American flag shirt on Memorial Day. These people now have a point. So it's a pretty shit thing to say.
Let's just shut it down. Let's end society tomorrow. Let's pray for the meteor at this point.
We have a lot of that out here in the Bay
You're
Area.
offended by Memorial Day? Fuck you. Seriously.
Yeah, we have quite a bit of that out here in the Bay Area. Like, especially around the holidays, you can't have a quote unquote Christmas tree. You have to have like a solstice set or whatever, or a solstice tree.
I'm an atheist. I always have a Christmas tree. It's, I just like this tradition. It's a traditional holiday.
Yeah.
I like all the holidays.
There's like
Easter.
There's American goofy things.
No.
Yeah, like I like Santa. Like I'm not like a Christian. I think Santa is a cool thing because he's weird and he goes down chimneys and he can disappear and shit.
Yeah.
Like, what's not cool about that? And he's fake.
If you don't, you can just like the rest who talked earlier.
Yeah, but it's like you're a Christian. It's like I don't care, man. Fuck you. Like
if you don't celebrate it for whatever reason, cool, whatever. But
I like Pippi Longstocking and I like all kinds of other shit too. I just like shit. I hate labels. That's what I hate. Labels. I have no labels.
Yeah, if you're putting up American flags out here in the area, that's kind of like MAGA-ish, which equals racist out here. It's really weird out here.
No, I mean,
I understand. Just like
I have a neighbor up here actually has a giant "fuck Biden" over their whole, and I'm actually in a pretty Massachusetts, pretty liberal place, but over their whole like garage, and I'm like, there's like they have kids, and there's like kids all around the neighborhood, and I'm like, do you think that's like really cool? Like, I know you like Biden, but you shouldn't put a giant "fuck anybody" over your whole. It's like 20 feet long. It's like,
I don't know. I grew up in my family. Whenever I was all grown up, it's like mind your own business. Like whenever I had like anything to say about what any other person was doing, you're too busy to be like noticing what other people. Mind your own business. Like that, and then you got smacked on the back of the head. And like, but people are all way too up in other people's business, and just like it needs to stop because like I'm not gonna take it if people are all up in my business. Like, because I want to be free, and everyone else does too. So everyone needs to mind their own business. And like, if I want to wear like a blouse and like Crocs and no pants, whatever. That's illegal if I don't wear pants. But
I mean, you don't have your
whatever.
But
I mean, whatever, bro.
Yeah, I
Leave me alone.
agree. I mean, I don't think someone should have a big like "fuck you" shirt or something like. That's got like kids around, and I'm not like I don't have kids or anything, but like I wouldn't walk around with something that says I would like these shirts that Jason sent me. It says "I love sucking dick" or something. I think it's funny, and I'll put it on the show, but I wouldn't like walk around town with it on.
Yeah.
Well, don't want to come out here again. I mean, we have like people that were riding down Market Street one day and on bikes, and they were totally nude. Like the person that was leading them had like roller skates, so she was leading the pack, and she was nude, and everyone else was naked on bicycles. It's like, oh wow, that's San Francisco.
Yeah.
Well, I live by P-Town, which is basically San Francisco, the Northeast province.
Makes sense.
Becky Lynch still hasn't signed an extension for her WWE contract and it expires this week.
Oh, she's not going anywhere.
She definitely is not going to AEW.
Yeah.
Not that, I mean, I'm an AEW fan, but if she doesn't resign, I think she's just going to take time off and raise her kid.
Yeah.
I don't foresee her leaving WWE to go somewhere else.
The only reason why I'd see her going to AEW is for like Mercedes Moné or whatever to do something with her, but otherwise, it'd be kind of like betrayal, though.
Golgo, I haven't seen Jai in years. I used to see him at a couple like pubs near me, so I don't know if he still even lives here anymore. Honestly, I don't know what happened to him.
Wasn't that money situation part of it, or?
No, I would not hang out with him or anything. Like he cheated me out of money, but I still would see him at places. I would see him at pubs because he lives in town, so he was kicked out of actually a couple places I know of, but he would be at. It's now called the Local, but it used to be the BBC, British Beer Company. Not the if Intra's listening, don't get him too excited. But yeah, he used to be down there all the time. I haven't seen him in years, probably like 6 years. So I don't know. I assume he must have moved out of town because if not, I would have just seen him around.
Never did that wrestling thing. Never completed the course. Oh,
no, he was there for a little while and he quit. Not very long, a couple weeks, I think.
Yeah, that sounds like APW. That would happen a lot. You go to that the boot camp and you'd get people in there. That's where Mike Modest used to train people at, and they wouldn't last a week. Sometimes not less than that.
He was training for Mr. Hughes.
Oh yeah.
His big problem was the place he was staying at. He said had cockroaches, like the.
Yeah, cockroaches, bed bugs. That'll break your spirit. You know?
But you got to pay your dues.
Yeah, what a way to pay them though. Bed bugs, roaches.
He probably could have found someplace closer. I mean, there's a lot of training schools in Boston. That's where Sasha Banks trained.
Yeah.
So why do you have to go to Atlanta?
Well, probably that whole WCW connection, power plant.
Yeah. It was long after it was not around anymore, though.
Well, if you come out to the West Coast, man, if you had some foresight, you could have got on with that whole GCW, APW, and eventually AEW.
Yeah. That's very true. Gogo says you loved HBK and Sonny. Yeah, the first time I met Jai in person was at a local show, and he comes up to me and he's like, man, and he's real creepy. And he started telling me that he's like, yeah, I'd like to drink the pussy juice out of Sonny's vagina with a straw. I was like, what the fuck?
Jeez. Deplorable.
It's the first time meeting the guy. That's what he tells me.
That was the opener? Wow.
Yeah. So I was like, you have to start calling into the show.
You know it was you?
This will be good content. Yeah, he knew it was me. He was a fan of the show.
What a conversation starter.
Then maybe this was wrong of me. I don't know. So he called into the show one time after we were off air, but I was still recording. And he started telling a personal story. And I had recorded it, and then I played it on the show.
Oh, you outed him. That's what happened to Tony Atlas. They with rest in peace, the guy from Boston. He played. Yeah.
Dan Malati, this is no good. Mr. Jacques, a very intelligent man in the Boston area. All my English and Irish paisans in the Boston Garden. And I was like, I heard that story on Sheik. Dan Marati says that you held a guy hostage in a car. Wait a minute. Don't be fucking comedy. I'm not Osama bin Laden. I'm not Saddam Hussein. I'm all American.
I don't hold a hostage. I'm not a terrorist. Yeah, that's
The people of the Applebee's, they treat the legend good.
yeah. Rest in peace to Dan Marati. I missed that show.
Yeah, he was on. I don't know how many, maybe just once, but he was on the early In Your Heads.
Yeah. I used to like those shows.
Tony Atlas was on a few times.
Of course. Tony, he would always trail off. Then so bad that Dan Marati had to make up Tony Atlas World News when Tony just totally exposed himself. You'll see what the problem with the Democrat, a Democrat and Republican. She's like, what are you talking about? What?
Did you ever hear Tony on In Your Head?
Oh man, I'm pretty sure I blocked that out.
The first time he's frying pork chops.
Oh.
And then the second time he's frying chicken on the show. And I'm just thinking, come on, man.
He's probably, she not talk yet. See, the problem is, yeah, that's gee, that guy. Yeah.
Let's see. WWE SummerSlam is going 2 nights, so we did this one. Oh, this is Lexar. A lot of the stuff we've already covered. Lexar, I'm not trying to be mean, but you shouldn't. If you see that someone already asked these same questions, you shouldn't just ask them again. Are you surprised that MJF returned to AEW, Double or Nothing instead of Forbidden Door? No.
I'm wondering if someone turned him down at WWE and he just like, all right, I'll just go back over to AEW.
I think he re-signed with them a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Lexar Bailey was seen celebrating with Mercedes Moné at the after party shortly after Mercedes won the championship. Are you intrigued? I think that stuff's cool. I know people want to try to cause problems for people. I think it's cool if your friend from another company is doing something and you go support them. I'm all for that. And I'm also in support of the companies not making it a big deal anymore. Because it used to be you'd get like the guy from the Highlanders got fired because he was like in the crowd of like a TNA pay-per-view.
Never got another job either.
Yeah.
It's like I'm fine with it, and I think they should be fine. And I think that is a benefit of a former wrestler running WWE now. Is I'm sure he knows. Like he had friends who worked in WCW even at the height of the war and stuff, and it's
yeah.
He paid for cross-brand things when he the curtain call. He had to pay for betraying his company for sure. So he knows.
And I think the idea of it being a betrayal was kind of
well, yeah, it was dumb. That he got punished so hard.
Yeah.
For that.
I think it's a good thing that mindset is in the past.
Yeah, with that Vince McMahon regime gone, I think all that's a good thing about that.
AEW President Tony Khan teased about having intergender tag championships, and the company are intrigued. Not at all. I'm a big fan of AEW. I like Tony Khan, but for the love of God, no more titles, especially something stupid like that. The intergender tag champion belts. No, just not.
He really likes to do things that Andy Kaufman did. It's like, come on,
maybe he can get booked on a Letterman show or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all conflict.
Ryback has blocked over 22,000 people. Are you one of them? Not as far as I know, and I doubt he's blocked that many people. That's like an insane amount of people. I get a kick out of Ryback. I think he just makes up a bunch of shit.
I think he's just he's goofy. Like, I like him because he's just so goofy.
Of all the intelligent conversation they're missing out on. They're like,
I like him.
It's like, I just ate 5 cheeseburgers.
Yeah, I like hearing him breathe when he eats.
He'll eat like a whole cheeseburger in 2 bites. He's like,
yeah. And then he'll just sit there and chew it for like 2 minutes.
It's kind of gross watching him eat. I don't need to see that.
Yeah, and it's just him sitting, no music.
Just him sitting in the car, just mowing down.
Yeah.
Hey, you gotta feed him more, man.
Like in front of his pool, I've seen him eating like tacos in front of his pool, like Taco Bell.
Where's your favorite place for a favorite fast food burger? Baby Snake Ass Master.
Did I have? I don't know. I'm pretty lame. Like, yeah, probably a Whopper. I like a Whopper. Really? Good old Whopper.
I honestly, because people like they really praise Whataburger. I went there and I thought it was fine. And then In-N-Out Burger, I went there and I thought it was fine. But honestly, I think the best fast food burger is Wendy's. I think they have the best. They're not cheap. For Christ, it's like fucking $18 for a meal.
Yeah.
Might as well go to an actual restaurant. But Coast, what's your favorite?
I'm sorry. If I had to do a fast food situation, it would probably be Ike's sandwiches.
Oh, I never heard of that one.
Yeah, it's like a chain out here. It's like Togo's, old Quiznos. They used to be out, but it's called Ike's, and you get like little like names of sandwiches that are like relevant to the area. Like there's the Mac Dre, the like Herb Kane, the herb. It's like a meat lovers thing, and yeah, things like that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I like White Castle though too.
I like White Castle too. I think it's a good burger. Sliders, yeah.
For sure.
Ludite, do you have a favorite fast food burger?
I don't. I like to eat at home. I'm cheap, but
yeah, they're not cheap. Honestly, they're not cheap at all. The fast food stuff. I've mentioned this before, but I went there with my brother, not Wendy's, and we literally each just got a meal. We didn't get anything else. We each got a Baconator on a pretzel bun meal. So it was a Baconator on a pretzel bun, fries, and a drink, and it was $36. And I was like, what the fuck?
Whoa.
Oh wow. $36.
Yeah, for 2. It's like you could have like legit just went to like an actual restaurant.
Oh, for sure. Like one time there's this place called Crystal Burger, which is like White Castle, but in the South. But me and my mom were going on a day trip, and we ordered 50 burgers, but she ordered like 5 with like no pickles, 5 with no onions, 5 with no ketchup, so it took like an hour for them to make them. I wanted to murder my mother. Well, I was like, they're spitting in all of our food right now.
And I get stuff for my brother. He gets everything plain. So it used to be a bigger deal, but that would be a big deal. But it used to be even just getting a sandwich plain used to take forever, but not so much anymore. But getting a whole bunch at a time would be crazy. No, he just doesn't like any kind of condiments or any vegetables. Go. Yeah. I have no memory of a secret recording of Jai being played on In Your Head. So I'll tell you the story if you want. So he calls up really drunk after we're live. So it was me, Incher, and Barbie. And then Jai calls in drunk off his ass. He's like, Neil, you got to give me help. So he was really drunk, and he had just came in his pants.
He was at
a pub. Yeah, he was at a pub, and like he was watching some girl, and he jizzed in his pants, and he needed help because like he had gum in his pants, and I guess he could see it through his jeans, and he needed someone to like bring him somewhere so he could change his clothes. And I just started laughing. Like I'm not going.
You called in the show for that?
We were off air, but we used to like stay off air and talk for a long time. Me, Incher, and Barbie after the show. And so we were off air, and he calls in, and he's like, he even asked if we're off air, and I was like, and he started like just telling us that he came in his pants and he needed help, and I'm just dying, and I knew we were still recording it, and then I played it like the next week or something. But yeah, that's probably not right of me. So I can admit.
Was he wearing sweats or something? Or
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't go check. So.
Those dudes who wear no underwear and sweatpants.
Yeah, I don't know if he even had underwear. That's a good point. Yeah.
Even still, it's like how could he have produced so much to where it would have been prevalent through his pants to where that constituted some kind of ride home situation? It's like
a big bottle of jizz.
I mean, what's this guy, Peter North or something, dude? Like,
it squished through the fabric.
Yeah.
like being 5 times tonight. No, I don't know. But
yeah, it's a session. It's a marathon. Like, that's weird.
Yeah, Five Guys is really expensive, Golgo. We went there, me, my mom, and my brother, when they opened the first Five Guys on the Cape, and we each got bacon cheeseburger, and the bacon was just like ash, like I mean beyond like brown. It was just ash, and we're like, this bacon like just like burnt to nothing. And like, that's how we make it here. We make it extra. I'm like, no one eats it like this. I mean, it wasn't extra crispy. It was complete black ash. It was like someone just scraped like off a grill and put ash on.
Yeah, when they make it like that, either they hate you or they just don't care. So either way, it's no love in that bacon.
Exactly.
Burnt bacon is the worst.
In England, they what I would call undercook the bacon. So it's like it's not bad though, honestly. But it's not made crispy. It's like gooey.
I've almost
just don't fry it like crispy.
Is it like stretchy still, kind of?
Yeah.
I've almost like choked on it because it was so stretchy, like a piece of bacon.
Oh wow!
So watch out.
I had black pudding last time I was there for the first time, which is part of the traditional full English breakfast, which is like baked beans and a grilled tomato and eggs and all kinds of stuff. But not a lot of places I went didn't serve the black pudding, but one place did. And I'm like, I'm gonna try it. And if you don't know what black pudding is, it's blood pudding. So it's like sausage made out of blood.
Heck yeah!
And so I was like, this probably not going to be good. It's kind of like, but I'll eat anything. I'll try anything. And it was it actually tasted like really flavorless refried beans or something. It had no like flavor at all, which I was kind
of more of a texture kind of thing.
Yeah, it didn't. I was like, I don't know why people love it. I expected it to be really strong, but it didn't really taste like anything. He should have just spilled some beer. There you go. Go-Go's thinking. Just you pour beer over the crotch and like, hey ladies, I didn't come. I just, spilled some beer.
His boner would have been gone too, so like
yeah,
maybe he took a blue chew or something. He's just sitting there with a big heart on.
He should have shit his pants so they would have noticed that.
Now I would kind of regret not going just to see, because I could have took like a video. I don't know if I had a phone then. I didn't get a phone until I met Annabelle, actually. She was like, you don't have a phone? I'm like, no, I don't need a fucking phone. She's like, you're crazy. You can't like,
You can't not have a phone. Now I fucking have it all the time. Made me like addicted to the phone, but yeah, I don't think I'm on a phone then. But it would. I kind of regret not going there and just seeing it. Then I could have had a video, and then imagine that I could have uploaded the video to YouTube, and Jai
Man.
just sitting there like with jizz covered pants. That'd been
Oh
fucking
man.
great.
And you would have been showing it right now.
I'd probably get banned though, or something. But Jai's a good guy.
God.
No, he isn't. It's not true at all. Kevin Nash claims that he missed Starrcade 97 due to having a heart attack complication, and thinking he was going to die after eating cannabis cupcakes. I remember that him telling that story before.
Oh, he had a freak out. Huh?
Yeah, people thought he was lying at the time, but I don't know. It seems so weird to make up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've heard people going through things like that when they get scared.
I had a bad experience the last time I used cannabis, and then I've not used it since. It was last year in Atlanta, and Jason Minton is made me quit drinking and smoking cannabis. So he well, I never smoked. I did edibles. So he brought me these edibles. And he's like, the woman said just eat a quarter of one. Like, they'll knock you on your ass. I ate a half of one. And we went to eat. And then I was really fucked. I was like really fucked up. And I was starting to get like
tripping out.
Yeah. And like Annabelle said, she almost brought me to the ER and stuff. And I was just some Gatorade. So they gave me actually that helped though. Brought me a bunch of Gatorade. But it did spoil the plans that night, because then we just sat around in our hotel room because I was fucked up. But they were like 1,500 milligram ones. And I was like, what the fuck, Jason? This is like it's like fucking kill you or something. I don't know.
Yeah, people can get anxiety from cannabis. I mean, it's definitely possible.
I think it was 1,500 milligram each edible. It was like something insane, like the.
You had a half. Wow.
Yeah. I was at first I was just like, oh, then I was like, whoa, this is really strong. Then eventually I was like, I don't know what's going on, and then like I could tell it was not a good experience. And then I've never used anything since. So, since last year, that's over a year ago. Yeah. So unless you count caffeine, I've been straight edge now for a year. So I don't know if it was Jason's intention just to scare me off.
Sounds like he did a good job.
Yeah, he also was a big reason I stopped when I was in Texas with him. And we did I think it might still be on my Facebook somewhere. He brought all the like loads of nips for us, and we did a live stream, and we drank, I think it was 30 nips.
Those little bottles.
Yeah. We drank like 30 of them. I'm that's a lot, and they didn't eat or anything. Yeah. And then
that's one shot. Each one of those is one shot.
Yeah, 30 of them. And then we went to go eat, and I was like, I don't know. I woke up later that night in my bed, and I didn't know how I got there. And that was kind of scary. But then I was told like I broke a bottle at then we went out to some bar. So I don't know if I drank more there, but I broke a bottle. Which I was like, what? And like, yeah, they kicked us out. I was like, what the fuck? Like that doesn't sound like me at all. And then the weirdest part, well, it was weird waking up in the room and not knowing how I got there. But we were, so it was me, Jason, his friend, and his friend's girlfriend. And we were walking by this bridge or driving by this bridge. And then his girlfriend was like, oh, that's where Neil got stuck in the mud. And I was like, they have another friend named Neil? I was like, wait, what are you talking about? Like, oh, last night when we were walking back, you were just like, oh, I'm stuck in the mud. And like, there wasn't any mud there. I was just like, I was like, I'm stuck in the. And then I guess they end up calling because we were walking, it wasn't that far, but they end up calling like an Uber or whatever to get us back. And then I guess Jason brought me up to the room. I don't remember any of it. So I was like, I don't think I'm drinking anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely an adventure.
Yeah, so Jason.
Man.
So I don't know if Jason was trying to kill me those two times, or if he was trying to scare me straight.
You never know. The world is a strange place.
So I don't trust that guy anymore.
Well,
well,
just don't take anything from him.
Trust your intuition. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what will be next. What the hell's he gonna do next time? He's like, hey Neil, hey Jack, try this needle. Like, what the hell, Jason?
Hey man, this is stuff
he just
called
has one of those umbrellas with a pin on the end of it.
Next time I'll wake up like, man, my ass really hurts. What the hell happened?
Hey, you fell down some stairs. Hey, there's no stairs here.
Let's see, Kevin. In high schools across the country, they're having their senior prom this week. What are your memories of going to your senior prom in high school? I didn't go.
The girl broke up with me 2 weeks before the prom, but we had matching like suits or whatever. She had a matching dress to the same color, and it was like lime green. So it was awkward for me because I was single. She was going out with her ex-boyfriend. It was annoying.
You remember? I do remember what my the class song was because it was in my yearbook. Do you remember what your class song was?
Probably Green Day song. I don't know. Probably The Best Day of Our Life or whatever. Probably that one.
Mine was I Would Do Anything for Love by Meatloaf.
Wow. That's good.
Coach, do you have any memories of the prom?
Oh, I never went to a dance, to a prom. I didn't go to a function. I was one of those hang out in the boiler room under the bleachers kids. Man.
Yeah, I was like
one of those kids.
Let's go play some D&D.
Yeah.
Exactly. That was my thing.
Yeah, I was a big D&D player, role play or any kind of role playing games, Warhammer and stuff. Warhammer was probably a little more after I was in high school, I guess.
Yeah, I hung out with the Columbine looking guys, man. But they just didn't do the Columbine thing, put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always been weird, but I just happened to have a girlfriend at the time of my senior prom. Shush.
Yeah.
A few years ago, I briefly dated a girl I went to high school with. She started talking to me on Facebook. I knew it was a bad idea, but she was like, she was saying like, "Oh, I would have." I didn't want to make me think because she's like, "I would have went to the prom," and like, no, you wouldn't have. Like,
Yeah,
but, yeah.
You're a decent person.
Let's see here. In your opinion, which network has the? I'm sure you asked us a lot. Had the best Saturday morning cartoon lineup? I don't know.
ABC.
CBS. Oh, we're gonna fight now. I don't know. I'm joking. I don't know. I just named a network.
Was that with Voltron? I do like Voltron.
I don't know.
I think Voltron was a weekday one. One of those.
I like the one with Transformers and G.I. Joe on it.
Transformers,
that
robots
one.
in disguise. Transformers.
Yeah, those are weekdays. Weekday cartoons.
Yeah, He-Man and stuff. Saturday morning. I thought Voltron was Saturday morning though.
Saturday morning was more like Ewoks, droids, Mighty Orbots. Let's see, a couple. Land of the Lost.
Babies.
You said rabies?
Muppet Babies.
Muppet Babies.
Yeah, that was definitely on Saturdays. Pee-wee's Playhouse was one of my favorite shows.
Oh yeah, that one.
Maybe the
Yeah.
cartoon would be fun though.
What was it?
What was it?
Maybe the cartoon would be fun.
Gummy bears hopping.
Yeah, gummy bears,
here,
Smurfs.
there.
Yeah, Snorks. Yep.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I watched Smurfs and stuff. I'm probably a little older though.
Rainbow Bright, Glow Fringe.
I had a Rainbow Bright.
Yeah, those are.
I like
What are they
smelling
called?
strawberry shortcake.
Yeah, that one.
Rainbow
Care
Bright
Bears.
was like a computer screen, and you had like the little different colored.
No,
things
that's a
you could
light bright.
Light. That's what I was thinking.
Light Bright.
Rainbow Bright. Yeah, she's a girl
Yeah, I
with
don't
like
think
blonde hair and rainbows.
Yeah,
Galaxy High, all those.
that was probably after I was a kid. In your opinion, what's more fun, holding poop or holding pee? Like in your hands?
Or in your body? Or
I don't think either one's particularly fun. I think it's more fun to release them. Not necessarily fun. I think it's more fulfilling. That seems kind of weird if you're having fun, like just holding your shit in you.
It'd be inside of you.
That's not a fun experience to me. Like if you have to really pee or poop and you just like hold it in.
Like turtle heading for like an hour straight.
I'm happy right now because where I go for my walks, there's no public restrooms. There's one, but it's closed during the off season here on the Cape, but it's open right now because tourist season. So I don't have to. I can actually stop and go take a wee or
something.
Yeah.
It is a treat, actually. It's either that or like I got to go find the woods. It's too light out because it stays light. I can't.
Well, the logistics behind peeing or pooping in public is a little different. Like one, you need a little more, and like you need toilet paper.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to go take a shit in the woods. I've never done it. But I still, even just taking a leak. Like if it's light out, like I can't just be on the side of the road, like even behind some bushes or something. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go like find a area. There's not many places. There's a Dunkin' Donuts, but then I'm a person like if I go into a Dunkin' Donuts or whatever, it's one of the places I might walk as the restaurant. I'll have to buy something. I just feel like an asshole if I just walk in and like pee and then just walk out of the place. I'm like, I gotta get a coffee. I gotta buy something.
Yeah.
But Lexar must just love it. He must just sit around like, oh yeah.
I'd say if you're within city limits, there's no shitting outside.
You haven't been
inside
to San Francisco,
of city limits. Well, no.
When I was in LA this last time, or it was the time before. So I was staying with my friends Michael and Sophia, and Michael just kept telling me, he's like, what about watching out for poop everywhere? And I'm thinking, man, this guy's got like some kind of like weird hang up with like poop. I'm like, yeah, okay, buddy, I get it. And we're walking around like, man, he's right. There's just shit everywhere. And then he said, yeah, and not all of it's animal. And I was like,
most of it's not animal. Well, depends on your definition of animals, I guess.
Like you got to be careful of the puddles because he's like, it doesn't rain here, and I'm like, oh yeah. So it's not a
nice.
It did rain actually both times I've been. Well, not both. I mean, I've been more than twice, but the last two times I went there, it did rain. And the one time, so we were walking to the big theater, the Chinese theater on Hollywood Boulevard, and the Hollywood Boulevard, with all the stars, was so slippery. It was insane. I was like, why is this so slippery? And then Michael's like, oh, because they don't clean Hollywood Boulevard. So when it rains, all the grease and stuff comes up the top. And I thought he was joking, but it's actually true. It's like super, filthy. So when it does rain, it's like this, it's like an oil slick over like the thing. And I was like, man, I could barely walk here. I want to like break my neck.
That's like why roads are slippery too. because they have all the oil from cars. That's what my dad used to tell me that when I was learning to drive.
Dave Deadman says, "What's the coolest place you've taken a shit?"
My apartment.
Damn.
That's.
In the
I guess
bathroom?
that's cool.
Yeah. On the bedroom, the kitchen.
I'm not an adventurous shitter, but I have pissed out windows before.
I've said
Oh,
this
I've done
on
that.
I do enjoy peeing outdoors. I do enjoy it. I used to. This is something I used to do all the time. I don't really anymore. But every time I'd be in a new city, I would like to urinate somewhere outside. Annabelle used to think I was like an exhibitionist or something.
Just marking your territory.
Yeah. I would like to. I don't know. It's something about it, especially there's a little cool breeze. You feel like one with nature. I don't know. There's I like it. I think it's like a I don't know. It's not it's a good feeling. It's like I said, you feel one with nature.
Have you ever lived that jug life?
No. I thought a couple times if we do a really long show, I have a couple times thought like having like a Gatorade bottle here, but then I'd be like doing it on the show, and like, would it be obvious? I don't know.
It depends. I mean, sometimes it got out of hand. I had like at one point I had like different jugs, had like a whole row of jugs. And I'm like, I gotta dump this jug.
Oh my!
And then you had Jai's cum jug.
He saved it.
Well, he recovered no pants, so he just filled up a whole jug, I guess.
Just carry the jug, yeah. He should just carry the jug around so he doesn't have a pant situation.
It's better this than in my pants. Just put it in the jug, man.
I wonder whatever happened to him. Hope he's all right. Let's see. Would you like to live in a suburban town or in the middle of nowhere?
Middle of nowhere.
Well, I'm in the. I guess I'm. I don't know where I'm the suburbs. It's probably a little bit under suburbs. Not quite suburbs, but it's not middle of nowhere either. The thing is, I probably would like to live in the middle of nowhere with easy access to the town. So, like, I like to go to Boston. I wouldn't really want to live in Boston, though.
Yeah.
So, but I would like. I don't want to live somewhere where it's like it would take me like the whole day to get to Boston. You know what I mean? So I think live in a small place where I'm not really around many people, but with access to the town if I want to go do stuff.
Yeah. I want to live in a place where I don't have to have a car to get to places.
That's a good point too, because that is what's fun in Boston. Is walk around and use the T.
Because the Midwest sucks.
I really like that actually when I was. I don't know some people like New York, but anytime I've been to New York, I really liked it. And when we were in Brooklyn this last time, it was really nice because you could just walk. Theater, there's a million restaurants, and so I could actually, if I was going to live in a city, something like that, there is benefits. Like you said, you could just walk everywhere. I like that. LA, you can't really walk everywhere. It's all big.
I've been thinking about moving east so I can have access to subways and trains and stuff.
Yep. When we were in, the problem with Brooklyn, when we were there, or New York in general, is it's so expensive to stay anywhere. Like the cheapest hotel we could find was like $400 a night. So we ended up.
I was thinking New Jersey.
Yeah, we stayed in New Jersey and then drove to New York.
Something like that.
New Jersey was pretty cheap. Then you could go hang out with Lexa.
Maybe. I don't know. I'd go to all the towns, cities around there and stuff. If I did.
Yeah, Jersey's. I've not really been around much in Jersey, so I can't really say.
I live in Iowa, and it blows.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
The place is cool, but the people are kind of eh.
I also like that New York, the stuff's open late. I can't even say in all cities are late because Boston stuff's everything closes very early, which is really weird. You think a big city like stuff's open late because I like to be out at night.
Are there a lot of old people there?
In Boston?
Yeah.
It depends where you are in Boston.
Yeah.
It's very diverse. I mean, it's people of all ages, but
one of my friends lives there.
Usually mostly probably like a lot of people in their 20s are out at night. At night, I say night, it's not that late, but and then if you go to Cambridge, which I go there a lot, that's where like Harvard is. It's very diverse because it's like young people are going to college, and then it's like older artsy people. It's actually a really interesting place. I like that. It really would just depend where you'd go, I guess.
People that show up and interrupt your podcast when you're doing a cool movie review.
He joined the Facebook group and made one. He commented once, so then I don't think he's commented since. That was really weird.
It's like, hey, I try to get a movie review going here.
Yeah, and I kept trying to bring it back, but it was just not happening.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't even leave after we stopped recording. He just wanted to keep talking. I'm like, dude, we gotta go to this thing. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I was liking that review too. I was like, let me hear some more.
We're having that director on next month. It was
Tiger cool.
A Malaysian director. It works out because she's 12 hours different, so it'll be 7 o'clock at night, which will be 7 a.m. for her the next day. So
cool.
She's gonna wake up early to the show, so that's cool.
That's Tomorrowland over there on that side.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I remember we had an Australian actor on, or no, New Zealand, a guy from Dead Alive, and he did the show live because it was it was either 12 or 13 hours, different. So it was like in the morning the next day for him.
I talked to people from like England and like
they're
all kinds of places. Yeah, like on TikTok, I talk to people on their live and stuff.
Yeah, England, yes, we usually have to record because the 5 hours difference is not too good. So it'd be like,
it's like
most
later.
People don't want to be like starting an interview at 1 a.m. or something.
Mm-hmm.
Where am I? You think he meant holding it? Maybe he just meant it like holding it in your hands, though, like walking around with a handful of shit.
I had to take an anger management class once for some reason. And the counselor guy was like, would you rather have a handful of cat shit or dog shit? And he's like, sometimes life is like that. You either have a handful of dog shit or cat shit to choose from, and so that's what that reminds me of.
Can I just open my hand and just drop everything out of it? It's just
well, sometimes all you got is cat shit and horse shit and some squirrel shit in there, and that's all you got.
My grandpa used to say, like, if you'd say, like, oh, I wish something would happen or I hope whatever happens, he's like shit in one hand and hope in the other.
I remember that.
It's cruel.
Do you play other sports games on the PlayStation other than just wrestling? Well, I don't even play I've never played the PlayStation, so no to this. But does anyone else here play? He wants to know if anyone plays college basketball, NBA, NFL Madden, NHL, or UEFA.
No.
Soccer.
No. I bought this at Walmart. It's like a $10 Game Boy thing at the checkout.
But all the games on it?
It's like 200 like rip-off games, but it has like a bowling game on it.
Oh, that's probably
from like Konami from like a actual Nintendo one, and that's my favorite sports game right now.
Oh, nice.
Bowling.
What's I gonna say? I was gonna say something about that.
That looks pretty cool.
Rapper Lizzo was made fun of in the latest South Park episode. Did you find it funny or offensive? I didn't watch it, so I don't know. How much can you bench press? Like 900 pounds.
5 tons.
You know, 15 tons. What do you
With
get?
my balls.
The day. You ever hear the when you say about with your balls? Did you ever hear the Tenacious D cock push-ups like bit?
Nope.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, doing a cock push-up, and he's like, "How many can you do?" He's like, 1.
Yeah, it's like that's all you need. Yeah.
Just like laying down, you get a hard on, and you just do a push-up with it.
Yeah, it's in the movie too. They incorporate that into the movie.
Yeah, I really think the movie's good. A lot of people didn't like it, but I think they should have made it like just a straight up musical because the music's great in it. KG's been on Without Your Head. Kyle Gass, it's really funny interview. Tony Obesta, have you ever had intimate thoughts about somebody else you noticed while attending a funeral? Nope.
Well, sometimes the corpse still looks good. What can you do?
Get a stiffy for the stiff.
Hey, I'm scared stiff. Wow.
You're looking lovely that I dared. Not much on conversation though.
Brian Matthew Clutter, do you think it's weird for people to buy cases of energy drinks online? I do think it's weird, but he posted a picture of he must have bought 3, 6, 9, 15 cases of Ghost and G Fuel and Rain, and
they really need the energy though because they try to go and get it. So
you can just go buy that stuff. Why send for it? I don't understand.
not if you're really low on energy.
That's true.
Yeah, because you can't make it to the store. Yeah, true.
No,
I bought a WWE one the other day. I was gonna drink on the show, but I drank it. It was what was it called? What was after the Attitude Era? It was what did they call that era of wrestling?
Ruthless aggression.
Yeah, it was ruthless. It was like Ruthless Grape or Ruthless
aggression.
Raspberry. Ruthless Raspberry.
Mm.
It was
had John Cena on it.
No, it just said the WWE logo.
Uh-huh.
And it said "Now Then Forever" on it. Jonathan Jackson. Jonathan Jackson. Ow. What show would you recommend for someone to start hate watching wrestling?
Oh,
man,
that's a good one. That's a very good one.
Doink.
Doink, yeah, I love Doink, the original Doink, but then when he became babyface, it's bad time.
With the little doinks.
Yeah, fuck them. I almost said the M word, but I don't want to offend anybody out there. What's your favorite deli meat?
Love meat.
My favorite's prosciutto, but I don't eat that anymore. If I eat deli, I do like I like turkey, honestly. If I buy anything now, I get turkey.
Yeah, I usually get turkey.
Buffalo turkey is good. Are AEW's numbered now that All Ego Ethan Page has joined WWE? It's all over once you lose Ethan Page.
He's a cool guy, but I wouldn't go that far to say it's going to shake the company.
Pepe says I got laid twice at my uncle's funeral.
Oh, yeah, I did that. But Sorry, did that.
Then he had to dig himself out of the coffin. What was the last time you've had, Jonathan Jackson, when was the last time you've had nuts in your mouth? I ate some pecans earlier today. Boom!
I had some nut rolls the other day.
Nice.
You were talking about those on the show the other
day. Yeah. Cream in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are good.
My nuts have cream in them too.
They're salty.
Guys did too until he filled up his pants with it.
In a public place. Go figure.
I want to know. I have to see if I have that audio anywhere.
Oh yeah, totally.
But I had walnuts last night. I like nuts. I like the mixed nuts.
Walnuts, chestnuts, chin nuts.
Damn.
All nuts in there.
Dobbs Dean Maya. How many sausages can you fit in your mouth at once? Depends.
Is this a euphemism for something else, or is he talking about real authentic sausages? Like,
I think it would depend on the size of the sausage, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I was looking at sausage today. Like, there's like ring bologna, like that big sausage. Then there's like little hot dogs and bratwurst. I mean, I do prefer the big ass sausage sometimes.
Yeah, so it's about the girth.
Yeah, kind of.
I've heard.
Just shove it in there and wiggle it around.
Are you sure we're talking about the meat sausage?
I'm confused. It's getting late. I'm just getting all horny. I mean, hungry.
I'm gonna call.
Oh my god.
I wonder if I have Jai's number anywhere.
Get him to reenact everything.
Hey, what's up? I just hey, you still doing the show? Yeah, man. Fuck.
Yeah, I want to drink.
Take the next of the gerbil dice.
Yeah, man. I was totally I had some gravy and he's eating some ass. Yeah, man. It's cool. It's totally cool, man.
It was like so whacked out. Like you wanted to put a straw in her vagina. I was like, what the fuck?
Like, yeah, creep.
Then he just comes in his pants.
And
that same show, it did freak me out. So he was there, and then the main event on the show. So it was a local show, and they would bring in like one like legend to, and this one was Brutus Beefcake. And so Brutus Beefcake, he told me this actually right. I said this on the show before. He's told it to me right next to Brutus Beefcake, which was, I don't know if Brutus could hear us or what, but Brutus was there at his table. He had no shirt on, which is fine. I know he's about to wrestle, but he had both his nipples pierced.
Yeah,
it just was weird because he's like in his mid-50s, and he's just like, I don't know, like an older dude with like his nipples pierced. Is just kind of weird.
Yeah. I don't know. Or in the 90s where the guys would like grab their nipples and be like,
and he
have
still
you
had
ever met those
and
guys?
he still had the pants with like all the cuts in, like the whole like the
he still had those?
Like the stretchy ones?
Yeah, and they had like the big holes like this with like the nylon, like the mesh underneath nylon to look like sex,
wow.
I guess. But I'm like, I don't know, I just feel kind of weird like standing next to him.
Yeah.
he's like pushing 60, and I don't know, getting his nipples pierced.
Dudes with pierced nipples, all shaved down with stretchy pants like that are kind of suspect.
And then this other dude, Indian dude, telling me about sucking vagina juice with a straw, and I'm like, what the hell? I just wanted to go see some wrestling.
So is that
Yeah.
how the whole idiots, punks, perverts, and fools thing started? It's like,
No, that was before that. But that was a Terry Funk interview, and that was the first time we ever asked to get a liner.
yeah.
I asked it live on the show. He's like, "Want me to do it now, live on the?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "All right," and he just goes in. For all you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, listen to this show.
So,
How was
damn,
that?
that was a good take. I
That was
can't believe
way
I
better
did
than
it.
that was way better than that fat ass Dusty Rhodes ever could do.
That egg sucking dog.
What are you boys trying to do to me?
Yeah, well, rest in peace to him.
Yeah, I really wish we would have had him on more often. He probably would have done the show more often. Anytime I'd call him, he was always really nice. But
Which one was eating salt and pepper packs before he passed away? Was that? I think that. Oh, that was Mr. Wonderful, right? He was
really,
like, yeah. They said he was like eating salt and pepper packs or something.
I think because I think he got dementia.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay.
I believe he did.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah, I liked him too.
He's one of my favorite wrestlers in the beginning of my wrestling liking.
Yeah, I don't, because his big run was like pre-pay-per-view era. Like, I know he's in some pay-per-views, but like his big run is, and he still holds a record for the biggest money-making gates with Hogan. So
Yeah.
if you would, I don't think people like remember him. Like, they know who he is, but I don't think they remember him as big as he should be.
He was more dangerous to Hogan, kayfabe, like, than the other people were. Like, a lot. He was way more aggressive towards Hogan, and he turned on Hogan. It's really good angle.
I remember, yeah, no, it's the big turn's great when he raised the hands and he clotheslines. Maybe it's fun since, but it was great at the time.
Hell yeah!
And then, well, I remember at Fan Fest, so he gets on the elevator. It's me and Incher and Flea and some other people, and he turns to us and he goes, "Hello, ladies." And then he just starts laughing like it was like the greatest joke you ever said.
Yeah.
But it made me laugh just because he thought it was like the funniest like line that anyone's ever thought of.
Yeah. Do you have like his buzz cut and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was cool. That's a really great interview. It's one of my favorite interviews on the show. It's up on the YouTube. One of these days I'll remaster it. I think I'll probably do one this weekend, but I don't know. There's for members of the Headyverse, there are 28 episodes up of the original In Your Heads that have been remastered.
I've seen those. But you got to be a member in order to see those people. So get that subscription.
Exactly. It starts at only $3.
Yeah. Well, you want to be cheap, bump it up to the producer price.
Exactly. That's speaking of which, our producers here, El Santos World, Josh Richards, Brian Matthew Clutter, and Coast LPA, they make this show possible, and we appreciate it.
Yay!
Booyah! Let's also give a shout out, but those are, I don't want to say they're the most important, but they are. But we also want to give a shout out to our good members here. Let me grab these. The Headyverse members, Baby Snake Ass Master for 20. Chad Whitehead, Davey Deadman, Stephen Butler, and our Hall of Famer, Steven Simmons, Itchy Bro Sever, Vic Schiavone, Frog Tony, Tech Dingos, Ricky Ferguson. And then, of course, the producers, they're so nice. We're going to say it twice. El Santos World, Josh Richards, Coast LPA, and Brian Matthew Clutter.
Yeah, Josh Richards, that's the newest one. I think he signed up about 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah, he's our newest producer, Josh Richards. He's a good man. Yeah, joined 28 days ago, so almost a month ago.
British Columbia, Vancouver in the house.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind moving up there, checking it out.
Oh, Canada!
I think about as far as I'll get those, probably Blaine. Blaine is like right on the border.
I went to Toronto
That's where we used to go to the border.
With Jason Mitten. my dreaded enemy, Jason Mitten. So we went up, we were in Buffalo. We took a little romantic drive up to Niagara Falls. And then we
how did what else did you do?
It was pretty cool, actually. Then we drove up to Toronto. It was like, I don't know, 4-hour drive maybe.
Oh,
and then
nice.
So we were going to stay up there a couple days. And we get there, and Jason hated the hotel. Jason is a big hotel mark. Got to be like nice hotel. I don't care if the hotel's got beds and a bathroom and no bed bugs. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Bed bugs don't matter?
How often are we actually going to be in there? We're mostly going to be out. We're going to just go sleep and take a shower. He's like, I'm not staying here. I want to go. Why don't we go back to Buffalo where we had the nice hotel? Whatever, man. So we drove up to Toronto, 4 hours. Then we drove all the way back and back to Buffalo, had to cross the border, again. And then went back to our hotel in Buffalo for the rest of the trip. So I have no idea what Toronto is like. I was there for like 10 minutes. So I don't know.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah. But he was driving. It was a nice hotel. He gave me shit though, because this was I still walk every day, but at this point in time I was really adamant about it. So I would get up every morning and I would use the gym. And so we let me see if I can find this.
Yeah.
I'll be able to find it. I was so after, and they had a really nice breakfast. And so I would go down to we would meet at breakfast. So he'd get up, I'd go use the gym, then we meet for breakfast. And he was like, "What the hell are you doing? You're wearing your underwear at breakfast." But it was like gym shorts. But he thought I was just like eating breakfast in my underwear.
He got all, hey man, get.
I wish I could find the picture. He took a picture of me standing there. What he thought? In my underwear.
Coast disappeared.
Yeah, he got all excited about these underwear pics. I can't find it, but whatever. Boo, Coast, my phone died on me.
That sucks.
I don't think I'll be able to find this. It's not that important, I guess.
Man. I bought a fly swatter. Look at this. It's like the tiniest, weirdest, but it's telescopic.
Telescope? Oh, so like a...
Yeah,
I thought
it's
you meant
super long.
Like micro. I was thinking microscopic for some reason.
Yeah, it's small, but I'm waiting just to break it like a radio antenna.
You get a lot of flies there?
Not really, but if there is one, it bugs the crap out of me. I don't know.
How many of them need you one spot in that? imagine how many of their DD weren't spotting them.
That's true.
You gotta
Oh, here,
control.
Yeah.
So here we go. Device not connected. Oh, there you go. I think we've got Coast back. So this is what Jason had a problem. I don't think this is bad. It's kind of a fancy hotel, but those are fine, right?
Yeah, some fancy schmancy stuff there, man.
That's why we had to leave Toronto, so we had to come back here.
Those are regular, like, are those like snake pattern?
No, it's a Black Panther.
Those are cool. I like them.
I like them too, Jason.
They're like purple.
He's getting all pissed. I think they're fine.
I'm wearing a glow in the dark skeleton T-shirt that I cut off the arms. Like,
that glows in the dark. Wow.
Yeah, but I agree. I like wearing.
Yeah, that was. I mean, if I had like my tidy whiteies on or something, I could see him being.
I was picturing like white, like gym, like like racquetball shorts or something.
Yeah, they're not like nut huggers or something.
Like the '80s white racquetball shorts.
Maybe his inner AJ Styles kicked in, and he was like, "Hey, community,
what the hell?
Hey, you can't be wearing that around here, Jack. Put some pants on."
Leah's from Virginia. So.
Oh yeah.
When I went to Virginia once with Jason. Well, he lives in Virginia, so I went there, and we went on the Bourbon Trail, and I really thought like everyone would be having like I really thought I'd see rebel flags everywhere. But we did we did see one. I was like, oh, there's one. But most people, the majority of people were nice. So it was, but yeah, we were dry. It was the Bourbon Trail's weird. So you go to the different distilleries.
It's weird.
So you go to Bullet and Maker's Mark, all these things, and you get like a passport, and they'll stamp it at each of the places you go. And then if you get all of them, you get a free T-shirt. But so each one, you get like they'll give you like 3 shots or 4 shots or whatever, and so like. Then you got to drive to the next one.
Ooh.
And then I'm like, so we go into like 8 places? And like, the last thing you do is they take you on a tour. Then you take a shot. You give all these shots of bourbon. And then like, all right, now go drive to the next place. I'm like, this is just like promoting drunken driving.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on here?
Yeah. When I was growing up, my mom would like drive with like a beer in between her legs. Like, I'll have like 5 beers and I got like a DUI like in like 2002 or something. But she could drink like a 6-pack driving down the street and she'd be fine. Like, it's double standard.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Terrible. But drinking and driving's bad.
Yeah, don't do that. Dave Deadman said I looked like I was going to a NASCAR event. I've never been to a NASCAR event. Probably never will. I don't know. I'm not anti-NASCAR. I just don't care about it. But yeah, I went to Monster. It was a mud. Was it mud show? Mud race. It was like not a mud. It was mud race. I think they called it mud race. And it was monster trucks and like
mud show.
Then they like would drive and like go off like a ramp and into the mud, and then like they'd have to go as far as they could in the mud, which usually wasn't very far. And so you see one do it, and I'm like, I guess that's kind of neat. Then after it's like, I don't care about this. And then I remember I was like, I don't know, I was pretty young, 8 or something. And it was me and my friend, and the dad had brought us. And I just kept asking, like, can we go yet? He's like, it's a star. And then I think I was probably really annoying, but I was just thinking, like, God, who gives a shit about this?
Yeah.
I think it was called the Mud Race.
There's like tractor pulling and like all kinds of stuff. In Iowa, it's pretty big. Like they'll hook like a tractor up to like a train and pull the train on a track for like 12 feet, and they'll be like, "God damn, boy, that's the longest I've ever seen that train go."
And you want to move out of all that?
Yeah.
You want to leave all the mud trains?
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, and like there was a actual monster truck show in this like Coliseum. It's like kind of really small though. They'd have like little circuses there, so it wasn't huge, but it filled up with the exhaust and it was so loud because it was so small. But it was like half filled with exhaust. It was crazy. So don't go there.
I wasn't playing. You have a favorite monster truck?
Ooh. There's one that looks like a shark. That one's cool.
What was the one that like killed the Big Show? Killed the Giant. Remember Hogan and Giant had a monster truck battle on top of the arena?
What? Yeah, that's iconic. That is WCW.
Yeah.
That is where
we need to
all
bring that
began.
back. Maybe
They should get Logan Paul in a monster truck.
You could get a Big Show to do that in AEW. You could have.
Oh hell yeah! That's what he's good for.
Tony would totally part over that.
How are they gonna get his fat ass into a monster truck though?
They didn't want.
I guess.
They'll do it again.
All right, I'm gonna go sleep. So
all right,
I'm getting tired here after 3 a.m. So we'll be back next week at Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern with Chubby Dudley, ECW original Chubby Dudley of the original Dudley Boy Clan. That'll be a good time. We'll hear some old ECW stories, road stories, Dudley Boy stories. So get your questions ready and send some interesting and fun stuff in. He's a good guy. Met him at New England Fan Fest. It'll be a fun interview. I'm looking forward to it. Intro will be here, I believe. And until then, thank you to our sponsors here, Coast LPA, Brian Matthew Clutter, Josh Richards, and El Santos World. They're good folks. Hit the like button, subscribe, share, and if you can, join the Headyverse or Venmo Headyverse, or do both. That's cool. All right, until next week. I'm out of here. Let's play the tunes.
Bye.
Play it up.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre was great. He was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.
Ha! All right. Got the hair down. Looking like a wrestler over there. Maybe one of the misfits.
Yeah. All right.
Say
Have a good night.
Have a good night, baby snake ass master 420. You're a good man. Good night, Coast. Good night, Ludite. Good night,
Good
to
night.
Davey
Good night.
Deadman's here. Let's put all the fingers in the butts for Pepe Petit.
Oh,
man.
I don't
Okay,
want
you,
to do
you can
that.
have that one, my friend. we'll keep that. We'll keep that for you.